Hey, 9-inch toenails, welcome. Welcome. Hey, Redlocks, I'm good, thank you. How are you? Boom. Da 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 da. Baby walk. God dang. God dang. Oh, you're at your son's football practice? Nice. Hope it's all going well. Hey, Daggy. Daggy Grot, welcome. Hello. Wow. Welcome in, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Oh, shalom, Toffee. What up? What up? Welcome, friends and familia. Shiny. Hey, Doug. Shiny. Oh, I got a new song, Shiny. I'm great, thank you, Toffee. I'm great. I am great. I'm great, Toffee. I'm great, thank you. How are you? How are you, lad? Are you getting about? Oh, shit. I got my accent going. It's flowing. It's flowing, everybody. Right. All right. Let's get into it. 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 Hey, Street Smarts. What up, dog? What up, dog? What up, dog? Howdy ho, Anna. Yo, Morty. Morty, get in. Get in. Get in, folks. You cried. You hear me? We're going to Ukraine, folks. God dang. You're all in? I love it. I am all in, all in. A bit of energy today. We got a bit of energy today, folks. What's on the agenda for today? What's on the agenda? I'm just a mechanic. Sorry. Bad joke, I know, but funny. Ukraine's political tensions. Europe is going broke. And we've got to... It's a woke agenda! Woo! We're woke as fuck! Hey, Steady Medley. Woke. Woke! Are you woke? Because I'm fucking woke. I'm woker than shit, god damn it. You hear me? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. I do apologize for my unsettling amounts of energy this morning. I had an early coffee. I took my dog for a walk, and he took a large, solid dump, which means he's getting very healthy again, which is great because we love him. So I've got a bit of energy. It might get a little bit weird, but that's okay. Hey, Des. But that's okay, I think. But that's okay. We'll enjoy ourselves. Let's start off with Ukraine. Oh, Ukraine, everybody. Hey, Rocky Redbeard, welcome. We're starting with Ukraine. Not even a dance before the ending of the song. I don't do dances. I only do shitty impersonations. Accent impersonations. Get with the program. Okay? Okay. All right. Ukraine election debate grows as ousted defense minister challenges wartime politics. Oh, shit. What's going on in Ukraine, everybody? Ukrainian people, what have you got going?
Just moments ago, the new defense minister was voted in by parliament. Protesters here are shouting the word Ainbar, which means shame. A lot of upset here after President Zelensky's decision last month to oust the very popular former defense minister, Mikhailo Fedorov.
But the anger here comes less from support for the former minister and more from a growing sense that people are not being heard.
Hey, so chat, I just want to know from everybody here, are you all following what's happening in Ukraine? Or is there not enough information for you? Like, do you want me to talk about Ukraine more? Just let me know.
The president did not hear us, and he did everything the way he wanted. We came out for a peaceful protest because we wanted to be heard.
With no elections because of the war, the recent government reshuffle in Ukraine has raised questions about political accountability.
You tried?
We are in trap because in one hand we had not any elections, so the members of parliaments, people who are in executive branch of power, they understand that I can sit here and do whatever I want.
Comments from Fedorov on the eve of the appointment of his replacement asked those questions out loud, making him one of the most prominent former officials so far to do so.
We must answer a fundamental question. How should a state function if the war lasts for years? And the next, what if the war continues for another year, or 2, or 3?
But even opponents of President Zelensky disagree.
How we will make elections when ballistic missiles are falling on people's heads? How people will vote? How millions of military, 1 million who are in army will vote? How millions abroad will vote? How people will vote near the front line if there is no ceasefire, if there is no at least ceasefire?
The question of elections remains divisive. But beyond the political debate, Fedorov's comments are asking a broader question of Ukraine. How does democracy function during a prolonged war?
You remind me of a cover teacher I'd have had back in the day. 1 sec, you're fun. 2 seconds later, you're serious. Yeah, it could be something to do with my I'm not bipolar, by the way. I just want you to know I'm not bipolar. It's just I was listening into the report. I lock in, man. I lock in, Toffee. I lock the fuck in when I need to lock the fuck in, you know? I lock in. If anything, I feel like I got more info from Therapy Gecko than news on Ukraine. What's Therapy Gecko? Is that a channel? Hey, Marie, welcome. Ukraine is facing such a tough moment right now. Honestly, Ukraine is going through some real crazy shit. He's a dude who dresses up like in a gecko suit. Oh shit, really? Nice. Ukraine is in a very five years on nearly, we still have no end to this. Yeah. A very fragile position, and I think Russia is planning a large offensive. This could be quite bad. And with Zelensky, pressure rising on Zelensky, it's who knows what's going to happen.
Before we talk Ukraine's Game of Thrones, today's devastating installment on its war of drones. In Kherson, a Russian drone dropped an explosive in through the roof of this bus. According to officials, 4 people were killed. A 69-year-old man and 3 women, aged 63, 71 and 89.
Fuck.
Then the driver drove the bus, presumably still on fire, to the nearest hospital.
I decided that we couldn't wait for an ambulance for the wounded, and we went straight to the regional hospital.
And today Ukraine is asking itself, could elections really take place in a city like Kherson? Here's why. The Ukrainian parliament rubber-stamped the appointment of the acting Minister of Defense, Yevgeny Khamera, this morning. He replaced the popular Mikhailo Fedorov after he was fired by President Zelensky after just 6 months in the job. Yesterday, in an online address, Fedorov let rip at Zelensky's government and called for wartime elections, even though martial law means they can't happen as things stand.
What if the war lasts another year, 2, 3? Can Russia effectively be given the power to decide when Ukrainians will be able to elect their government again? I'm convinced the answer is no.
The reason for Fedorov's dismissal last month wasn't just about a toxic working relationship with the then commander of Ukraine's army, now also removed. It was also about competing visions of how the war should be executed. Thousands took to the streets in support of Fedorov, who they saw as the tech-savvy young modernizer, all about the data. After calling for elections last night, Fedorov turned to corruption in government.
Corruption.
Fucking all about the data, and he's right next to that prick. Oh my gosh. Like you want to, you know, of course Ukraine has the right to defend itself. And then you see Ukrainian leadership like rubbing shoulders with the worst fucking people in the world, man. The worst people in the world. Oh gosh. It hurts the soul, but it is what it is. Ukraine will do whatever it takes to defend itself, you know, like Palantir and shit, man. Like that stuff isn't, like Palantir isn't going to be good, is not going to be good for Ukraine, honestly.
Is only a symptom. The main problem runs much deeper. We have a systematic crisis of governance.
Today, Ukraine's anti-corruption agencies released wiretaps they say justified raids on the homes of politicians and bank staff, including a senior aide to Zelensky, Irina Mudra, part of an ongoing probe into graft in the country's energy sector. So, with his bungled cabinet reshuffle and ally-turned-adversary, the pressure's on President Zelensky. But does that mean that elections could or would happen?
It's clearly not just a question of, oh, it would be nice to have elections. Firstly, because there are a lot of technical processes to think through. You know, so many Ukrainians are displaced. What do you do about the occupied territories? These are huge questions that are not necessarily impossible to resolve, but they certainly require, some considerable thought and preparation of.
This lady looks like AI for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the way the camera is or something, but I'm getting AI vibes here.
Legislation.
So what next for Fedorov? Hard to say, but even ardent supporters who we spoke to today are questioning the wisdom of his call for wartime elections.
Why you propose something which can really destroy our country? It's, yeah, we need elections, we all know, but we also all know that consequences of elections may be catastrophic.
But even if there were elections, who'd win? Zelensky's approval ratings hover around the 25% mark and suggest that Fedorov would get knocked out in the first round of a presidential election. Ukraine and Russia exchanged just over 100 prisoners of war today. These Ukrainian soldiers talking to their loved ones for the first time. Dmytro, for example, is 29, has been in a Russian prison for 3 years. This has been a very long war for him and for every Ukrainian, all still coming to terms with what it means for them and for their democracy.
Poruk O'Brien reporting. Well, joining me now are two Ukrainian MPs, Volodymyr Ariev and Oleksiy Goncharenko.
My gosh, man. She reminded me of Erica Kirk. Yeah. Just like the amount of... It must be so horrific to be in one of those fucking like prison camps. Like it doesn't matter who you are. I mean, being in a prison camp is just fucked.
Both represent
Charlie
the European Solidarity Party, but they have very differing views about the wisdom of holding an election during a hot war. Welcome to both, gentlemen. Volodymyr, if I can start with
Hector
you.
Martinez.
I gather you're in
liking
favour of an election now or soon. Why?
Well, you know, we are in Ukraine now after the Zelensky policy, and I totally agree that corruption now is a real problem. We have corruption scandals almost monthly, and today is the fresh one. And we need to reboot the power. And at the same time, if we're not going to do that, it is a chance that with losing of trust to the government, we are going to a real problem with the chaotic situation in Ukraine. So we have a choice between bad solution and worst. Okay. And this is not an easy question. We cannot make elections during the wartime, and we need really to prepare it, and it's not an easy task.
Okay. I think what you just said, Volodymyr, is that you do want elections, but it's going to be very difficult, the timing to be sorted out. Oleksiy Goncharenko, do you agree with your colleague from the same party that there should be early elections or not?
I want to see elections as soon as possible because it will mean that we have peace in Ukraine. In other case, I can't imagine how we can do this. So that is the problem, that in Ukraine, security reasons, not just legislation, but security reasons, they do not allow us to have elections right now.
I think I'll state this again. The worst part about Ukraine, the Ukrainian experience at the moment must be you're kind of beholden to Europe and America, and you have to like it's kind of like a test. If Ukraine defends itself, then they'll the carrot being dangled in front of them by Europe is ascension to the EU and part of NATO, etc. On the other hand, and Europe and America are using Ukrainians as human shields against Russia. So it is a acceptance of that role right now. And the second thing is Russia is closing in. Russia keeps making gains. Yes, there are successful strikes within Russia, but you're not going to man, Russia took so many casualties in like World War II. Russia is used to high death count wars and high damage wars. I don't think Russia is just like how the media is painting Russia to be like it's about to collapse or whatever. That's not going to happen. Russia's just going to keep fighting until it wins. What winning looks like, I don't know. Maybe for Putin, it's taking over the whole of Ukraine. But this is the conundrum for Ukrainians. Is they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and leadership at the moment is the key.
And I think the problem with Mr. Fedorov's statement, big problem, is that he didn't speak any word about peace. The second problem with Mr. Fedorov's statement is that he was accusing the system, he said, which is bad and corrupt. And I completely agree with him. The system is bad and corrupt. But not like him, together with my today friend and opponent on the live, Mr. Ariev, we were fighting against this system for all these years. And Mr. Fedorov was building this system for all these years. He was essential part of...
I wouldn't go that far either, Toffee. I wouldn't say Russia is stronger than ever, but I also wouldn't say Russia is going to crumble. I don't think Russia is stronger than ever. Absolutely not.
Zelensky's team. He was the only minister in all Zelensky's governments and on a very high level. And my question is very simple. If Mr. Fedorov thinks that the system is bad and corrupt and we need elections, why he didn't tell this month ago when he was the Minister of Defense, but he's telling this now?
Okay, do you think then this is a power grab by the former defense minister, Mr. Fedorov?
Me personally, I think so. I think that this is his political interest, and I think we need to make our decisions from the state interest and the interest of Ukrainian people.
Okay, so a power grab by Mr. Fedorov. Do you support Mr. Fedorov in all this? Volodymyr Ariev?
Well, you know that, for my opinion, the best heavy ram against the system usually is from a part of that system. That's why I understand that Mr. Fedorov, as well as he was a part of Zelensky team last 7 years, and he knows everything there from inside. So I do believe that if he fed up with all what he knows and what he had there, this is a chance for Ukraine to have a new path. We are vitally need to have. Of course, we need to have at least an election ceasefire to hold it on, and it's not an easy task. I presume it could happen. At least 6 months.
Let me ask you this question. There's a report tonight from the Kiev Post that Mr. Fedorov may want to go to Washington at some stage in the next few days.
Russia is the place where empires go to die. Honestly, like fighting against Russia is the biggest fucking mistake any empire has made. Again and again and again. They fuck with Russia, and like NATO has fucked with Russia. No doubt about it. Putin warned, and then NATO fucked with Ukraine, and Putin invaded. Okay, like he was saying. Do I think Russia is morally correct or anything like that? Absolutely fucking not. I despise Putin. You can't downplay the role of Europe in all of this either. You just can't. Europe is expansionist in nature. Has always been expansionist in nature, and it was trying to expand its borders. Take control, weaken Russia. Why the fuck would you try and do that? Why would you even play that game? Europe, out of everybody, should know you don't fuck with Russia. Just don't fuck with Russia. It is the place where empires go to die. You just don't do it. But Europe just Europe just fucked with Russia.
And that he may be talking to the Trump administration. Is it the fact, or is it possible, let me rephrase that he has become Trump's candidate in this election?
I'm not saying that Russia didn't coerce either. Like, I think Russia has been fucking with Europe too, right? Like, has been fucking with American elections. Russia! So Russia isn't like a completely, Russia isn't particularly a defenseless player like the victim in this. Russia has been doing its own bullshit. So Russia will do what they let them get away with. Yeah. So man, this is the only people I feel bad for in this whole fucking thing are the Ukrainian people. Honestly, the Ukrainian people are being used from all angles, and their politicians are letting them be used like that. And I feel bad for the Ukrainian people, honestly. Like, I think it is a horrible thing they're going through. It must be so... It must be very, very nerve-wracking knowing that there is some sort of inevitability here, and none of it is going to go the way of the people of Ukraine. It's sick. Hey, Noisy in chat. How's Ginger? Ginger's well. Today was a good day. I took him for a bit of a walk in the morning, and he took a massive solid dump after a few days of diarrhea. So his tummy's getting back in shape after his feeding tube and stuff got removed. He's himself. He's getting back. He still needs to rest, but oh, it's so good. So good to have Ginger back, close to feeling like himself. He needs to rest though. He needs to rest. He's too keen. He's too keen to get back to how it used to be. We can't just go back to how it used to be. He has had some major surgery, so he just needs to heal. Our good boy is doing a great job. He's healing. He's super loved, so I think that helps. But he's a goody boy. He's just lying down there on the couch. Hey, my bubblicious. Gingy, no. Look here. Gingy, look. Gingy, look. Oh, Bubba. Hello. You want to come here? You want to come sit with me? He's just like, what the fuck? Just leave me alone, bro. I'm trying to sleep. Come here, bubblicious. Nah, he's side-eyeing me hard. He's side-eyeing me. No fixed address. 160 stream streak. You absolute maniac. Welcome.
I don't believe in that, that he will be a candidate from Trump, or even he will be a candidate. I think that it is very early to say about the candidates, as well as, at least, as I said, at least half a year to possible elections. And I think he would like to meet maybe Elon Musk, maybe other from Miltech corporations, some officials.
Okay.
But I think we will be faced to have one candidate that will oppose Zelensky at the end to make an elections in one round.
Mr. Goncharenko, I mean, we're deep in the weeds here of Ukrainian politics, but it matters because the whole world takes an interest in your war, and of course many Western governments have supported your government in all this. You're caught between a rock and a hard place, aren't you? There is a corruption problem. You need a new mandate for this government, arguably, but at the same time, this could go horribly wrong, and you're actually probably doing Putin a favor.
Yeah, that's true. That is dilemma. And one person to blame in all this situation is Zelensky, President Zelensky, because with what he is doing, for example, in the United Kingdom, there were no elections between 1935 and 1945, and nobody questioned British democracy. But the thing was that there was an inclusive process, and Prime Minister Winston Churchill united the whole political spectrum in the national unity government. And unfortunately, that is exactly what Zelensky is not doing. He wants to rule the country autocratically, a little bit like a king, and he doesn't want to share responsibility and power. And because of this, we have now really dilemma that we can't have elections, we can't change Zelensky, but many people, including me, are very, very angry about how Zelensky runs the country.
Yeah. Okay, the irony, of course, is that Churchill won the war and united the country during the war, and then he lost the election afterwards. So democracy...
This is until this shitty narrative about Churchill being this, like, incredible fucking human being is completely deleted from our culture and our politics. We live in a white supremacist world. To say that an absolute maniac white supremacist genocidal freak is someone to look up to is like the most stupid fucking evil shit that the media does and the West does all of the fucking time. The guy is an absolute monster. And as long as Western media does this shit, white supremacy is rabid.
It can be very cruel.
What can I say?
Alexei Goncharenko, Volodymyr Ariev, thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And in Germany, prosecutors have said that a second Ukrainian man has been arrested on suspicion of involvement in explosions that sabotaged the Nord Stream 1 gas pipeline back in 2022, naming him as Vladimir Z. The pipeline is a vital route for Russia to export gas to Europe. German prosecutors believe the aim of the blast was to permanently halt gas deliveries in order to prevent Russia making money that could then finance its war effort against Ukraine.
Fuck. This is nuts. All right, let's listen to old Michael Clark. Hey, Nidar! Hey, Nidar, I just want to tell you that your recommendation of Afro Decolonial Manifesto, incredible. I'm halfway through it and loving it. Absolutely loving it. Welcome, Nidar. Let's listen to the decrepit fucking cadaver Michael Clark, the cadaver of the UK media, talk some dumb shit about war, anchored in white supremacist biases. Prepare yourselves, folks.
Our defence and security analyst, Michael Clark, joins us now. And Michael, there's not been an election in Ukraine since 2024, and the Constitution says... 2019, yeah. But the mandate ran out in 2024.
May 24, the mandate ran out,
Should have been one then, and martial law is in force, and the Constitution says if they're at war, they can't hold elections, so thus Zelensky remains in post. So with that in mind, what's Fedorov trying to achieve here?
A big crisis. This has been building up. There are several things going on today. As we speak. So there are demonstrations outside Parliament because Parliament returned from the recess yesterday, the Rada, and today was the day they were going to confirm Fedorov's replacement, Kamara, Yevgeny Kamara, and he was due to be confirmed today. So there's demonstrations outside Parliament.
Oh shit, there was a gift sub. Anonymous gifter. Thank you for the gift sub. Nidar. Incredible. Why didn't my fucking notifications come through? Maybe it'll come through in a second. Oh, weird. Oh, thank you, anonymous gifter. I wonder who the anonymous gifter is. They've been gifting a fair bit. Who are you, anonymous gifter? Who are you? And why are you staying anonymous?
Parliament because of that. And today, NABU and SAPO, the two anti-corruption agencies, have started raiding presidential offices in Kiev, the offices of the deputy chiefs of the president. And that's going on as we speak.
Gift sub detected.
There it is.
Sharing is caring. You shared. You care.
There it is. Michael, is that you? Are you the anonymous gifter? Hey, Grandma Pinky. 15 stream streak. Amazing. Michael, 5-stream streak. Streak away, folks. Streak away.
This was all going to be quite big. There are rumours of a revolt inside the Ministry of Defence that if Kamara goes into the MOD, a whole series of officials will walk out and leave him with no staff. That may or may not be true, but those are the rumours that are going around in Kiev. And on that basis, Fedorov then comes out last night in a 9-minute YouTube clip in which he challenges the whole government, not just about his position, but he says we can't carry on like this. Now, he knows it's impossible to have an election in these circumstances, but he says, look, if this war is going to go on for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years more, when do we have elections? You know, we are fighting for democracy here. At some point, we have to be a democracy. Now, that's a reasonable point, but his challenge is a really big challenge. So what Fedorov is doing, he's taking the gloves off in that video, and he's saying, I challenge Zelensky as the leader of this government. The way forward, we don't know, but this is Zelensky's most dangerous day today since the Russians invaded in 2022, when we thought he'd be dead by the end of the week, if you remember, in 24th of February. And I remember saying here on Sky, I said he'd be lucky still to be alive at the end of this week. Well, he is, he's there. But today, politically, is his toughest day, for sure.
In the early days of the war, Zelensky was polling at around 80% support. That has dropped away to around 30% support.
Yeah, depends who you ask and how you ask it, yeah.
But Ukraine isn't winning now. I've seen a commentator talking about those attacks on Russia's logistics. The thing about Russia is it's been the grave of many empires for a long time because of one reason. You can't win a war against Russia. Number one, there's no way Ukraine is winning by launching drones at Russia, okay? No matter how much infrastructure it takes out, Russia will just throw bodies at the problem. And they'll just keep doing it until something goes their way. The second thing is, even ground warfare in Russia, just the sheer numbers of people that Putin will be able to rally, it'll be bigger than anything. Russia is the graveyard of empires for a reason. It's just, it's so hard to win anything against Russia. And no, Ukraine is not winning. These small wins are very much just these small wins are very much just optics rather than anything else. But Russia ultimately will just Putin will get more. He'll just draft more soldiers and try and break the front lines. Ukraine can't keep this going forever. Europe is depleting a lot of resources into this, and so is America. And America is looking like it's just going to step out, you know?
But there's been quite a significant drop, and contenders, challengers, other voices have gained more support.
Fedorov's very popular.
As a result. Yeah. And Fedorov, do you think, has noted the protests in favour of him, noted the upswell of support, and thought, right, this is the time to start moving the kind of the checkers around?
I don't know how he thinks it might go forward, but he's explicitly challenging for some sort of leadership. He's been offered senior roles, but he said, no, I only want to be Minister of Defence. He said the only two things that will make a difference in this war is the Minister of Defence and the Chief of the Armed Forces. I can't be Chief of the Armed Forces because I'm not military and I couldn't do that job, but I can be Minister of Defence, and I should be, because I know how we should organise our society to prevail, to win this war. And so that's, he won't take anything else. Presumably, if somebody said to him, well, will you be president? He'd probably say yes. But there's no constitutional method for that to happen that I'm aware.
One notable difference being that Ukraine isn't invading or attempting to take Russian territory, unlike Napoleon or Hitler. No, Mezzo, but what NATO has done in its expansionism could be interpreted, which is actually what Putin interpreted as an invasion, right? So Europe's expansionism hasn't ended. Europe continues to try and expand, take resources from the rest of the world, and it hasn't stopped for a long time. this is Europe's mode of operating. So NATO's expansionist aspirations could be seen as an invasion. But it isn't being seen that way. Right now, though, as I said before, I think the only people I feel any sort of empathy for are the Ukrainian people, because the Ukrainian people are being played by both sides. Why do you disagree with my framing as NATO as expansionist? It is literally a defense treaty. It is literally a defense treaty, and it's been expanding since the day it was created. Like, the borders of NATO have been expanding. Because it isn't expansionist to place restrictions on the conquest of others. Yeah, but also it that's forgetting what Europe stands for, right? Like, Europe has been expansionist for 600 years. Yeah, but like, this is what I mean. This isn't like one stage. This isn't like a snapshot. We're not looking just at a snapshot. We're looking at Europe's behavior too. Europe is a white supremacist fucking continent that has extracted wealth from the global south and continues to extract wealth from the global south and continues to mass murder people in the global south in the name of capitalism. Like, I'm not saying that Europe isn't expansionist is crazy. Of course Europe is. European nations are still entitled to their own land. Yeah, you see how that you see how you can say that, but then reparations never come up in your mind. Yeah, Europeans are entitled to their own land, pay reparations. Would you agree with that or no?
Aware of anyway, unless Zelensky just gives up the job and says, okay, you have a go. Anything is plausible at the moment. This is an extraordinary situation. But an election is almost impossible to imagine because, having elections in wartime.
It's like claiming sovereignty when completely removing the ability for other people to have sovereignty. Like, I think Europe's victimization of itself is the most ridiculous thing in the world. Europe is the perpetrator of the largest human suffering ever, and not a single fucking person has been held to account. So, do I give a fuck about Europe's sovereignty being threatened, as they've not paid a single fucking dime of reparations to the global south? Why the fuck should I care? Why should I give a fuck about Europe's sovereignty when Europe has not cared about anybody else's? Europe hasn't respected anyone's sovereignty.
And there's occupied territory.
I should say West Asian Peninsula.
There's 3.5 million people under occupation in the areas that the Russians occupy. There's another 3.5 million have left that area and are internally displaced. There's 5.5 to 6 million Ukrainians living abroad. How would you run an election with the Russians bombing wherever they can? How would you run a safe election? It's almost impossible to imagine welcome. In these circumstances of hot war. After a ceasefire, that was what Zelensky was working on. If we could get a ceasefire this year, then part of the idea would be we would hold elections. And behind all of this is the United States, who would like Zelensky to go, because they think that a successor would do some sort of deal with the Russians.
Yeah, street smarts. Like, Europe hasn't changed. Europe hasn't suddenly turned into some sort of moral player in the world that deals with the world in a just way. How the fuck is Europe going to lecture people about morality or what sovereignty looks like when they have violated everyone's sovereignty for 600 fucking years?
And give in, and the war would be over, and America would claim credit for it. And so the Americans are behind, it is believed, certainly believed in Kiev, they're behind a lot of the NABU and SAPO operations, the anti-corruption operations, because they think that they will weaken Zelensky by doing that. And they're right. I mean, Zelensky is not regarded as corrupt himself. He is very rich. He was very rich before he went into government because he was he was the best TV producer in Ukraine. But people around him...
He was the best TV producer in Ukraine.
...have been regarded as corrupt. And this time last year, Mindish, his great friend, cleared...
Trust me, guys. I will never, ever take the side of Europe when it comes to this sort of shit. Europe used black and brown bodies to fight for its sovereignty. Europe used black and brown bodies to fight for its sovereignty. A balanced view is Europe pays reparations. Like, that's it. Like, I don't think Europe should ask for empathy from anybody unless and until it pays reparations. Fucking sick. Like, I'm sick of, Europe claiming this victimhood when it has perpetrated the largest fucking human suffering. It's not a change of subject. It's a continuation of European colonization. NATO is just a proxy organization for Europe to continue to expand its borders, just as its immigration rules working with Libyan militia or Tunisian militia is expanding its borders into North Africa. This is how Europe has worked. It has given up boots on the ground and replaced it with organizations like proxy organizations like the UN, like the IMF. It's neocolonization. It's neocolonialism. It's using third-party organizations as a tool of colonization. NATO is absolutely a tool of neocolonialism.
Off. I mean, he's now in either in Austria or Israel, one or the other. Nobody's quite sure which. After an expropriation, an embezzlement scheme said to be $100 million. I mean, $100 million, you have to say, that's the cost of one F-35 aircraft. It's not, that's peanuts compared to corruption in the West and in the Gulf monarchies, for instance. But it's corruption. Yeah. And it was about defense. And Mindish cleared off. Andrew Yarmak, who was Zelensky's chief of staff, had to step down because of the corruption was getting close to him. He still denies it, of course. And, I mean, Zelensky has been surrounded by people.
Not having European problems in front of their mind, like, I don't want understanding anymore, Mezzo. Like, I don't care about understanding anymore. All that I give a fuck about is reparations. Like, why should the global South that have been genocided, mass murdered for 600 years, enslaved, continue to be stripped of wealth, sovereignty, resources, opportunity, still today, care about anything other than reparations? Why?
Who have been suspected of lots of corruption. Not him himself, but it's being said that he's just not being strong enough about all of this. So he's under real pressure today.
And said to be one of the barriers to entry to the European Union as well, in due course. Not tackling that. Of course, a moment that the Russians will surely try and capitalise on and take advantage of the distraction and crisis. Yes.
Good day for Putin.
Michael, plenty more from you. Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to fade into something else. Let me be clear. I don't think people understand when I say European colonization was and still is the largest man-made human suffering. Like, you need to try and fathom that. It's just so exceptionally brutal and has been and still is. For me to, like, not recognize what NATO is would be stupid of me. NATO is a tool of neo-colonialism. NATO is about border expansion. NATO is about sovereignty. Sovereignty for Europe.
In the past couple of days or so, a sell-off in the global bond markets has suddenly accelerated, pushing borrowing costs to
Okay, we're going to talk about why is everyone suddenly going broke except for China, okay? Europe is really struggling here. Europe is really struggling here as well.
In the past couple of days or so, a sell-off in the global bond markets has suddenly accelerated, pushing borrowing costs to multi-decade highs across the world. The one notable exception to this trend, however, has been China, where borrowing costs have actually fallen. So in this video, we're going to try and figure out why everyone is suddenly going broke, and why China bucked the trend.
Poland is doing okay, right? Yeah, Poland is absolutely doing okay. But here's the thing: if Russia advances and takes Ukraine, let's say, do you think if Russia starts attacking Poland, Europe is going to fucking unite around Poland? Absolutely not. Poland is going to be the next country to be thrown under the bus. Article 5 will be shown to be extremely flexible and biased towards Western Europe. Article 5 is not going to fucking matter. It's stupid. It's if America takes Greenland, do you think Europe is fighting America? Absolutely not. Article 5 will get changed. Never ever trust European politics. It's all a bunch of shit. They've feigned empathy for the Palestinians and continue to be the largest trading partner with Israel, and still have not imposed any sort of sanctions on the state of Israel. It's the most insane thing. Like, and the amount of Europeans who will like claim this moral ground is insane. Europe is using separatism as a strategy as well, not just Russia. There's no good actors here. Europe is not a good actor. Neither is Russia.
You probably heard that the US dollar is the world's reserve currency. But what does that mean? Is it still the case? And what does it mean if it's not the case? We've got a multi-page answer in the next issue of our magazine. That's just one of the articles in our longest issue ever. Subscribe to get your copy by clicking the link in the description. So a good place to start here is by looking at the yield on 10-year bonds. That is the annual interest rate that governments have to offer to borrow money for 10 years. The 10-year bond is...
The most fucked up thing about this Moroccan immigration, and I still remember, this, it was so insane to see that it was actually Moroccans going into like a bit of Africa that was still held as a territory of Spain. They were actually crossing the border into Africa. And the news was reporting it like, oh yeah, they're crossing the border into Spanish territory. And I was like, oh, okay, what happened? And then it's like the fucking bit of Africa. This is how Europe has gaslit the world into like mass atrocities, and then Europe will play the victim. International law has never applied to Europe. International law has never applied to white supremacy. So why the fuck is Europe going now? Oh, we should all be like respecting international law, when Europe is like sponsoring a genocide right now. This kind of whataboutism or disdain for the West and disregard for justice on their behalf is how anti-Western propaganda recruits tankies to further right-wing interests globally. Bro, you want me to glaze Europe. You want me to take Europe's side. Fuck Europe. Anti-West? Yeah, fuck yeah, I'm anti-West. Anti-Western hegemony? Anti-Western imperialism? Fuck yeah. What the fuck are you talking about? Did you hear what I said? Europe is still committing the largest man-made human suffering ever. It's not propaganda, buddy. This is what I mean. White people have not acknowledged their whiteness. Like Mezzo here is showing what white fragility looks like. When I call out but Mezzo, like what you got to understand is like you cannot sit here and claim that Europe is better than Russia. Like that's what you're doing. You're sitting here and taking some moral high ground of Europe being better than Russia by using Russia's invasion of Ukraine as an example. And you want the world to look at that Russian invasion of Ukraine and go, oh, that's really bad. And you want the world to take a snapshot and forget about what Europe is doing to the Palestinians in Gaza. Europe banned Russia from every single sport. It has banned Russia from sports, from cultural events. Where is the consistency? Why is Israel not banned? Black and brown people are constantly made to choose between Europe and everybody else. Europe and the global south. Fuck that. I don't want to choose Europe. Europe isn't consistent with international law. Europe breaks international law all of the fucking time. 1,000 people this year, way more than 1,000 people now, have drowned in the Mediterranean Sea trying to cross from Africa to Europe. And why are they crossing the Mediterranean Sea? This is not whataboutism. This is a fact. Europe is committing mass atrocities and then pointing the finger at Russia and going, oh, look, Russia taking land. What is Europe to you? Europe is West Asian Peninsula.
Sort of in the middle of the range time-wise. And what happens in the 10-year market is thus usually a pretty good reflection.
What is Europe to me? Europe is white supremacist. It is white supremacy is the core of European culture, and as such is the perpetrator of the largest man-made human suffering in human history. Nothing comes close. 600 years of mass murder, genocide, theft, slavery, rape, like you name it, Europe is that.
Of what's happening across the market more generally. Anyway, the TLDR is that yields on 10-year bonds are surging everywhere. In the past 6 months, for instance, the yields on US government bonds, commonly known as treasuries, have risen from about 4%.
Russia's invasion is not justified. Of course it's not justified. Europe's mass murder of Africans crossing the Mediterranean isn't justified. Europe's lack of action against its largest trading partner, Israel, isn't justified. Europe's lack of action against Israel when it comes to like sporting arenas isn't justified. Like the reason why Russia does what it did is because Russia knows that Europe is not consistent with international law. Like Europe has never given a fuck about international law. Let's be real. So to now say, hey, uphold international law to everybody else who criticizes Europe is fucking, it's crazy. It's crazy.
To nearer 5. The yield on French bonds, which we did a full video on over on TLDR EU, has risen from about 3.3.
I'm sorry that it's making you feel fragile. But let me be clear, Mezzo. You cannot sit here and say Europe is better than Russia or has a right beyond Russia. The thing you deny is that NATO is expansionist. NATO is expansionist. NATO is neocolonialism. It's not whataboutism. It's how Europe operates.
3% to over 4%, with Japan and the UK seeing similarly sized rises. Even the famously credit-worthy Germans haven't been spared, with the yield on German bonds rising from about 2.8% to more like 3.2%. The notable exception to this trend, however, has been China. In the same time period, the yield on Chinese bonds has actually gone down. It's really quite astonishing how much cheaper it now is for China to borrow than for the rest of the world. The yield on 10-year Chinese bonds currently stands at about 1.6%, roughly half of that of Germany and a third of that of the US. So what's going on? Well, let's start by trying to explain why everyone else is currently seeing higher borrowing costs. Now, there are some country-specific factors. In France, the looming presidential elections has cemented a pre-existing parliamentary deadlock. Japan is struggling to adjust to the return of inflation, and the German economy just sort of seems to be stuck. But there are also some general factors at play too. Most of these countries are aging, relatively stagnant economies with large outstanding debt burdens. There's also the war in Iran, which doesn't look to be ending anytime soon.
I think the USA has bad credit now. USA doesn't give a fuck, bro. USA has abused, just like Europe has abused the global financial system that it set up. The IMF is literally a post-World War II organization set up to continue colonization without boots on the ground. Like, Europe and America have been colonizing the world through financial systems, military coercion, and third-party organizations like NATO. So please, with this bullshit like, oh, NATO is a defense pact. Fuck that.
And is stoking inflation across the world. This naturally pushes up yields because markets demand more interest to compensate for the fact that the real value of debt is being eroded. Think about it. If I asked to borrow $100 for 10 years, but you thought that inflation would mean that the same $100 would actually be worth less.
NATO being a defense pact is like Europe talking about the two-state solution. Both a bunch of bullshit. A bunch of colonizer bullshit.
In 10 years' time, you demand a higher interest rate to make up for it. Markets are also additionally worried that the destabilizing effect on inflation will undermine governments' abilities to actually pay off their debts in the future. But quite a lot of this actually has to do with what's happening in the US, because other countries' bond markets generally track.
I will tell you, Europeans, and I will tell you what your leaders should do right now, in this moment where Europe is fragile, where Europe is being squeezed by America and Russia. This is what you should be asking your leaders of. Reparations. This is the time for Europe to play nice. This is the time for Europe to start approaching the world with the empathy it seeks from the rest of the world. Okay? Action. Start fucking paying reparations. And then we'll talk about how Europe should be fucking perceived. How is that relevant to Ukraine? It is very relevant to Ukraine. It is extremely relevant to Ukraine. Europe is using Ukrainians as human shields. And Europe is asking the rest of the world to feel bad for Europe. The whole thing with Russia is because of Europe's expansionism, is because of NATO, is because of NATO's aspirations.
What's happening in the US. This is both because financial markets use treasuries as a benchmark for the rest of the market.
If Europe was playing in good faith, Europe has dangled the NATO carrot, and Europe has dangled the ascension to the EU carrot on the Ukrainian people now for 5 years of war. They have made no further progress on those two carrots over the last 5 years other than ticking off some red tape bullshit. If Europe is serious, add Ukraine to NATO. Add Ukraine to the EU. They won't do it. They won't do it. Europe is guilty of dangling the carrot of NATO and not following through. Europe dangled the carrot in front of Ukraine. This is since 2014. Like the turn post 2010, Europe has been fucking dangling that fucking NATO carrot, and rhetoric. And rhetoric has been, okay, we'll add you to NATO. We'll add you to NATO, using Ukrainians as like a political pawn. They're using Ukrainians as a political pawn. They have been. To deny that is massively disingenuous.
So if US yields go up, everyone else's go up almost mechanically. But it's also because there's a sense that America and the treasury markets are so big and central to the global economy that anything that happens over there will naturally spill over. The problem with the rest of the world at the moment is that there are lots of things putting upwards pressure on treasury yields. The US is running a pretty massive deficit that doesn't look like it's going away anytime soon. The most recent data suggests that the US economy more generally isn't in great shape, and inflation is proving frustratingly persistent. Inflation-related anxieties in the markets have further been exacerbated by Trump's ongoing assault on the Federal Reserve and the unorthodox views of his newly appointed Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, who's basically signaled that he doesn't think the Fed really needs to raise interest rates to combat inflation.
By the way, no one in the global south believes Europe is a Europe is a good actor in this, right? Like, so Mezzo, no one in the global south, I think most people in the global south understand that Europe isn't a good faith actor and has never been. Okay, so like, let's drop the act here and let's stop pretending like Europe has any right. Let's stop pretending and stop acting like Europe has been this like arbiter of moral justice. Yeah, so what the fuck is your point? Do you think they stopped doing it? Do you think Europe at some stage stopped doing the shitting up the whole world? It's still doing it, bro. Ukraine is being used like human shields by Europe, a political pawn. Europe, your leaders in Europe do not give a fuck about the Ukrainian people. Russian propaganda. Bro, if you call acknowledging Europe's failures Russian propaganda, then I don't understand you. I just don't understand you. You can shit on Europe on Russia all you want, but to sit here and go, not acknowledging the way Europe works, how white supremacy works, to coerce and take control and take power through force, and has done so for fucking centuries. If you think that's Russian propaganda, then I'm sorry. I don't think you know what you're talking about. No, you may have acknowledged it, but you're saying don't do Russian propaganda. Don't do whataboutism. I'm just telling you that Europe has no fucking moral high ground here. None. Zero.
Anyway, all of these factors have conspired to push up treasury yields quite dramatically, taking other bonds with it. So that's a pretty broad strokes explanation of why everyone seems to be going broke at the moment, which takes us nicely onto the second part of this video. Why has China apparently been spared? At first glance, this doesn't look like an intuitive outcome. For starters, China is the world's biggest oil importer, which means that you'd expect it to be vulnerable to any Iran-related increase in global energy costs. Moreover, while the Chinese economy is undeniably massive, on a per capita basis, China really isn't that rich, with the GDP per capita somewhere between Albania and Mexico, and middle-income countries are generally considered more vulnerable to global economic turmoil. So how did China buck this trend? Well, perhaps the first thing to say is that Chinese bonds aren't benchmarked to treasuries in the same way as many other countries' bond markets are, because the CCP imposes what are known as capital controls. In other words, it's difficult to get money in or out of China, which means that it's not as tightly integrated into global financial markets. But it's also because the Chinese economy has fared remarkably well during the war in Iran. This is in part because China stockpiled an absurd amount of oil before the war, which means that it wasn't as acutely affected by the subsequent disruption in oil markets, but also because China has a relatively diversified energy mix, in which coal and renewable energy feature more prominently. While the war did create some headwinds, the Chinese economy is still growing at a healthy rate of between 4 and 5%, driven by continued global demand for Chinese exports. Furthermore, unlike the rest of the world, China doesn't have an inflation problem. On the contrary, if anything, it's got a deflation problem, with inflation averaging only slightly above zero for the past couple of years. This isn't unequivocally a good thing, because it's both a symptom and the cause of weak domestic demand in the Chinese economy. But in the same way that inflation pushes up borrowing costs, deflation, or at least disinflation, brings them down. Finally, there is some tentative evidence that Chinese bonds are replacing treasuries as the world's reserve bond. For context, for the past couple of decades or so, treasuries have been the world's favorite bond, both because the US economy has always been considered pretty solid, and because the treasury market is massive and liquid. This has meant that during times of crisis, treasuries used to rally because investors saw them as a safe haven. But interestingly, this hasn't happened during the war in Iran. In fact, treasuries sold off like everything else, strongly implying that treasuries have essentially lost their safe haven status. Conversely, the only place where yields went down is China, and this trend has continued since, tentatively suggesting that Chinese bonds might have quietly replaced American ones as the new global safe haven. I've already told you about one of the articles in the next issue of Too Long, but there's so much more inside that you're going to want to.
To me, it's just incredible that, like, I sit here every day talking about white supremacy. I talk about European colonization. I talk about the absolute fucking depravity of it and how it's still happening through the lens of white supremacy and white privilege. And I still get people here going, oh, but Europe is right in this case, or you should take Europe's side in this case. It's like, no, bro. Like, what do you think I talk about here? Like, do you want me to forget about the conversations I have here? Like, what are you asking me? Do you think I support, like, I will go to, like, an Anzac Day event now that I know what Britain was actually fighting for? Was watching a live about David Jolly. Who's David Jolly? Funkytron? Like, I literally spend every day. Europe has never wanted justice. We are watching a live stream genocide, Mezzo. What justice are you talking about? If Europe doesn't take action against Israel for justice, like, what justice is there? Are you talking about justice? 100 million of my ancestors were starved by Britain. Not one person is in jail. Not one bit of reparations has been paid. But now it's Europe. You give a fuck about justice? What justice? I've watched 30,000 fucking children being blown to pieces. I feel like you are talking about Europe. Mezzo's talking about Ukraine. No, the first thing that Mezzo disagreed with me on was that NATO is an expansionist project. And that is false. NATO is an expansionist project. NATO is an expansionist project. NATO is neocolonialism. Let's be clear. There's a reason why only one country in the Middle East is in this. In NATO, Turkey. NATO has drawn its borders and it's continually drawing its borders. To suggest that NATO is in some sort of expansionist project is crazy. Served as the U.S. representative for... I'm not sure what you're talking about, Funkytron. It's Turkey, right?
How do people feel about the political parties? We hate everybody. You know, one of the things we talk about, oh, President Trump's approval rating is so low. And then we say, you know what? Hey, maybe that's counteracted by the Democratic Party's brand, which is also in the toilet. Well, you know what's also in the toilet besides that? It's the Republican brand. I mean, look at these numbers. Party's net favorability on average. The Democrats are 19 points underwater, barely beating the Republicans, who are 20 points underwater, way down there, swimming with the fishes.
Served as U.S. representative for Florida's 13th congressional. In April, Jolie switched his party registration to run gubernatorial. I don't know who this person is, by the way. I don't know who this Jolie person is.
It's a race to the bottom, and at this particular point, Republicans are winning this race that you don't want to win, but both of these parties are despised. So they're clearly...
I think Europe can only really talk about any sort of international justice once it starts doing reparations stuff, man. Like minimum sanction Israel, or the conversation about justice doesn't even exist. Like the amount of privilege that Europe has gained by looting, pillaging, and continuing to loot and pillage the rest of the world, and now talking about fucking justice is insane. Like, how can you talk about justice when Europe hasn't even acknowledged the crimes it's committed? Not a single bit of reparations. Like, my goodness. Like, check out the Windrush generation. They were slave families paying reparations to their fucking enslavers until like 2015. Europe has been such a fucking insanely horrific actor in world politics for so long and continues to be.
People who don't like both parties or either party. We call these people double haters. This is a very important voting group. If you are a double hater... If you're a double hater, this is what we were talking about, right? You know, you go back to 2016, both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump wildly disliked, but Donald Trump won that election because he won the plurality of voters who said they didn't like either candidate. That is the key block this year, the voters who don't like Republicans or Democrats. And who are they going for? This is why the Democratic Party has the race has the edge for the race for the House of Representatives. Choice for House, dislike both parties. Look at this. Democrats at 49%, Republicans at 26%. So Democrats have a very large advantage among those who dislike both parties. And this is what is allowing them to get out into that lead on the generic congressional ballot. It is the reason why they are favorites to take back the U.S. House of Representatives this fall, is because amongst those who dislike both parties, a group that Republicans have won in the years that they have done well, a group that Democrats have won in the years that they have done well, Democrats have a very clear double-digit, over 20-point advantage.
And this is the number we're going to keep our eye on through November here, the double haters here. This is a big lead. If the lead stays this big, that could tell us where things are headed in November. One of the issues people care about the most, if not the issue, is affordability.
Without indigenous American agriculture and literally millions of tons of fertile soil shipped to Europe, they would still be eating eels and rhubarb grown on fallow fields. Yeah. Where the fuck is the justice from Europe? It's like, how are Europeans talking about justice when not a single ounce has been afforded for the global south? I'm telling you guys right now, the thing that European leadership needs to do is approach the world with the empathy it's going to be asking for in the next few decades. Europe is heating up, is becoming one of the hottest, is becoming the hottest West Asian peninsula, you know? And it's being squeezed by the US and Russia. All of this shit is happening. And if Europe wants to be seen as a just partner in the world and not the racist, white supremacist structure it has built over 600 years, then it needs to start behaving like it. Not asking, but giving. Europe doesn't give shit. And fuck that, man. Like, I'm so over being gaslit about, like, oh, you're not morally consistent when Europe commits the most heinous crimes every single fucking day.
Right? And you get the sense that voters don't like either party on that, but...
Yeah, and we're going to have a little fun here because I'm not quite sure if I did this right. No, I did this right. I got the right side in there. I was a little bit worried there. But here we go. Effects of parties' policies on the cost of living. What is driving this number? Look, Democrats are not particularly liked. Just 36% say that they help on the cost of living compared to actually the plurality, 38% who say hurt. But look at this Republican number. They are hated even more. 55% on the key issue of the day say that their policies actually have hurt you on the cost of living. No wonder Democrats are ahead at this point.
This is a roadmap for the type of language you can expect Democrats to use heading into November. Gas prices, of course, have been a big deal. Right now, what are the prediction markets saying about where they might be heading?
Yeah, this is the cost of living, right? Hello, chance that the gas prices on election day are above $3.50 per gallon. Look at this, 81% chance according to the Kalshi prediction market.
Yeah, Kirsty's. The problem here is, number one, let's all agree. I know some people aren't going to agree. But NATO is a neo-colonial project. NATO is an expansionist neo-colonial project, just like the IMF is a neo-colonial project. Let's just agree on that. Okay? And number two, NATO wanting to expand into Ukraine was the start of, and Europe's expansionist aspirations were what started this latest round of wars with Ukraine. Okay, so to say that's not true is to whitewash history. Of course, Russia has been salty about losing Ukrainian territory, Crimea, etc. Of course, Russia has been salty. Europe's expansionism post the Soviet Union crumbling has been very, very easy to see. Okay? So this has been happening for a while, and Europe's expansionist motives are very clear. And a guy like Putin doesn't need much of a reason to be Putin, to be violent. He needs enough reason. And Europe gave him that. Europe's expansionist aspirations never stopped after the Cold War. Europe's expansionist aspirations did not end after the Cold War. It continued through third-party organizations like NATO, like the World Trade Organization, like the UN, like the IMF and the World Bank.
Mass gift subs detected. Thank you for bringing more people into the Noisy Crew. Your efforts are noted.
Oh, Ponder Monkey, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Breaky Time, Magic Thighs, I'm Not a Cat, Birthplace London, and Sweet Time. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, Ponder Monkey. Thank you so much. But I'm not. All I'm saying is you can't unlink what's happening here in Ukraine. You can't unlink what's happening in Ukraine from Europe's expansionist aspirations. You just can't. I think it's deeply misguided to do that. To say that Europe had no hand in what's happening in Ukraine today. It was just Russian. It was just Vladimir Putin. You know, he's evil, dude. That is true. But Europe isn't a good player in this either. Europe is just as evil.
That number up like a rocket. This is why Republicans or Americans think that Republicans hurt them on the cost of living. This number holds, this number right. Well, I'll tell you this much. Adios, amigos. Goodbye. See you later, that Republican House majority and maybe that Senate majority as well.
It's the American ideal that every generation is supposed to do better than their parents' generation. That's what we all think, but
it's the great American promise, right? And these are some of the most depressing stats that I think we, Johnny B and I and you have spoken about. And you can see it right here. I mean, life opportunities versus your parents' generation. Worse or better? You go back to 2000. I mean, look at that. 72% said better opportunities versus just 5% who said worse. You go back 10 years ago, better was still ahead of worse, but the numbers get a little bit worse. 44% said better, 25% said worse. Look now at worse, though. The plurality, 45% say the life opportunities versus the parents' generation is, in fact, worse compared to just 33% who say better. So since the beginning of the 2000s, we've seen nearly a 40% drop in the better percentage and a 40% rise in the worst percentage. This, to me, more than anything else, tells us about our politics and why we keep seeing this turnover in Washington.
Yeah, getting from here to here, I got to say, is just an extraordinary thing.
Yeah.
Young people, and I got a couple who are in this age range, 18 to 29, what do they see in terms of their opportunities?
Yeah, okay, so what is really driving this percentage, this 40-point rise? How about those under the age of 30? Those, of course, who are just starting off in their lives, starting off in their professional opportunities. Look at these numbers, life opportunities versus the parents' generation, age 18 to 29 who say worse, Look at this. It was just 2% in 2000.
Here's what Europe should have done. When Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, Europe should have put boots on the ground in Ukraine. If we expect to survive as a species, communism is inevitable. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. The one thing I can never, ever get, I guess, people wedded to communism to describe to me is how we go from here to communism. Globally, because communism can only really work if it is implemented globally, right? Otherwise, here's what I think will happen. I think it will be a combination. And the clear thing here is to get from where we are to where we want to be. And the thing that the left is lacking is, and this is what I've been trying to solve for myself, is how do we get to a more equitable world for all? And I think the first step is really to start measuring the right thing. And right now, we're measuring GDP globally. I think we should abolish GDP. It is a waste of time. It is a colonial measure of extractionism. We should stop doing that, and I think we should start measuring equitable outcomes. And I think that is a really important step to take. We are what we measure. We are what we measure. I don't want to call it communism. I don't want to call it any ism. I just want to say a more equitable world for all. And as long as we're heading in that direction, I can see that being, something to keep striving for. And right now, although it seems like there's, communism for all, yeah. Although it seems like we're in, such a chaotic place, ultimately, overall, I believe we are heading in a more equitable direction, because we have seen the limits of American power, American military power. We're seeing the limits of American financial power. We're seeing the limits of Western imperialism, Western hegemony. And I believe we're starting to become more equitable. That's why I think we need to think of a way. We need to think of a way to get from here to there without knowing what there is from a detailed perspective. But what we do know is that an equitable outcome for everyone is desirable. So however we do it, we have to aim for equitable outcomes. That's the way I see the world. That's not going to jive with a lot of people, who are very absolute about how the world should be. I'm just not that way. I'm just like, I think we have practical changes to make. I think we have practical changes, practical changes that we need to execute ASAP. And one of the biggest revolutionary changes we can make is to abolish GDP. It's a waste of fucking. What are we measuring? What are we growing for? Why are we growing? Like, what is the growth we're chasing? If we're not chasing human growth and just bottom line growth, we're doomed to wipe each other out. Like, doesn't make sense to me. So yeah, there are fundamental changes that we can make, but we have to be clear that we need a roadmap, and the left needs to offer a better roadmap. At the moment, neoliberalism is in place, and neoliberalism can say, okay, this is the only option we have. But for like the leftist revolution to happen, we need to offer a roadmap. We need to convince people. We need to educate. We need to dismantle white supremacy and white privilege. Like, these are sorts of the sorts of things we need groundwork on. But it just feels like we're too disorganized, fucking tankies. Man, I just get so pissed off with these people. Neo Luber and Neo from Matrix with Lebrism idea show.
Then it was 23%.
Ivan, are you drinking?
In 2016. Oh my God. Now, oh my God, that is what Johnny B is saying on the side of the screen there. The majority, 54%, say, in fact, their life opportunities versus their parents' generation is worse. That is an over 50-point climb in the last 26 years since the beginning of this century. This, more than anything else, tells us so much about our politics right now.
This is bleak. This is just incredibly bleak. How about shifts among this group in their opinions toward President Trump?
Yeah, I think, we've seen just all this turnover, right?
See, I think Europe can be a leader in taking the world in that direction. Europe has the opportunity to lead that. But it's using its position that it currently has, the leverage it has, to close off its borders, to become more protectionist, to amplify white supremacy, to amplify far-right rhetoric in protection of its own borders. Like, it's not surprising, but it's fucking tragic. It's tragic that Europe is choosing this protectionist way. I mean, it was only a few weeks ago I saw a bunch of European leaders in your EU's Congress chanting "send them home" or "send them back" or whatever the fuck it was. Like, how is that a good? How is that good optics, guys?
President Trump put up this historically strong performance among those under the age of 30. But now, as he hasn't been able to deliver in their eyes, look at this. Under the age of 30, Trump net approval. It was plus 10 points at the beginning of his presidency, and now way down there, minus 30 points. And Johnny B., if you're looking at some districts where you may, in fact, see the implications of this, go to Texas, one of the youngest states in the nation. Go to a district that is very young, well less than median age than what we see nationwide. Chance to win in Texas 15. This is a plus 18 Trump district. Look at this. It's basically a dead even race right now, according to the Kalshi prediction markets. 52% chance for the Democrat, 49% chance for the Republican. And that tells us everything we need to know. Younger people just don't see the opportunities that those in past generations saw compared to their parents. And you're seeing these big swings as they kind of push out Republicans, pull them in, push them out, as they just don't feel that they've been able to deliver. He is reaching record lows yet again. He is losing. Just take a look here. Okay, Trump net approval hits a tomb.
Although I enjoy watching Trump's numbers crash and burn, and yeah, it's kind of unnerving that they're using Kalshi prediction markets. It's fucking insane. I do want to say, I think American politics, especially CNN, like liberal media, has got this completely wrong. Liberal media is misreading the situation. This is not about Democrats, Republicans. What the Democrats and Republicans have done to murder Palestinians, and to continue to gaslight the public about what has happened, I think has truly disintegrated the social fabric in America. And those divides, these people aren't measuring. When something exceptional like that happens, you can't just keep measuring the same shit and pretend like you know what's going on. You've got to adapt. You've got to understand what people care about. This is a new world, and old world politics isn't catching up. Kirsty's like, what do you mean I mischaracterized what you're saying? How did I mischaracterize it? Please explain to me how I mischaracterized what you were saying.
Term 2 low. Look at this. 31 points underwater. 31 points underwater, according to Ipsos, the Reuters Ipsos poll. Look where he was at the beginning of term number 2. He was at plus 6 points. So he is down, what is that? The math quickly with me. 37 points from where he was at the beginning of his second presidency. You know, President Trump was unpopular going into the midterms during his first presidency, but not anywhere as unpopular as this. He was 12 points underwater. So he is doing, versus where he was at term number 1 at this point, he is doing, what is the math here quickly? He is doing 19 points worse than he was doing in term number 1 at this point. And of course, those midterms were quite disastrous for the Republican Party. So you look at these numbers and you just go,
what did you say?
Oy vey if you're a Republican.
All right. Independents have a big role to play always in elections. Give us some sense of where they stand, because there is still a lot of the party that supports Donald Trump.
Yeah, okay. So, you know what? Republicans still, in large part, support Donald Trump. But as independents, who are the name of the game, they are the driver in elections. And just look at why these numbers are falling the way that they are. It is because of independents. Look at these drops. I mean, Trump's net approval rating among independents, term 2, he's 47 points underwater now. 47 points underwater. He was at minus 1 point at the beginning of his presidency, basically treading water, right? So what is that? That's a 46-point drop. So you see that drop of, what, 31 points from where he was at the beginning of his presidency, or 37 points from where he was at the beginning of his presidency among the overall electorate. But that's nothing compared to this 46-point drop among independents. And compare that to where he was at this point in term number 1 before those midterms. Again, he was underwater then, but he was just 10 points underwater.
I guess I'm not understanding how admitting Ukraine into NATO is going to give reparations to the rest of the world and be non-expansionist. No, okay, let's address this little by little. I guess I'm not understanding how admitting Ukraine into NATO is going to give reparations to the rest of the world. Admitting Ukraine into NATO and giving reparations to the rest of the world are not linked. Like, what you're saying here is that those two things are linked. But why are you presenting it that way? That seems very disingenuous. Like, why are you presenting it in a way of Ukraine being in NATO and giving reparations to the rest of the world? Like, those are mutually exclusive things. But NATO is expansionist, and Europe isn't giving reparations. Like,
now he's 47 points underwater, so that's a drop of what? 37 points? So this has been the problem with President Trump's second term, according to the public, which is he is going.
I think what this speaks to is the fact that Europe at the moment is kind of going through these arguments or these little discussions here, like trying to link these things in this way. The problem is we are at the arse end of a 600-year-old project. We are at the arse end of a 600-year-old project of European colonization on the No, Christians, you're being like unnecessarily hyper focused on that detail. They are linked in that Europe is not doing reparations, and it is also blowing the whistle on how bad Russia is. You're just like bringing up those two things as some sort of like as some sort of confused thing I'm saying. I think I've been pretty clear that Europe has no moral high ground here. NATO is expansionist, and it's very much in line with how Europe has operated for 600 years or more. And Europe has no right to be telling the world which side to choose. I just feel that you're getting frustrated because I'm not giving the answer you want. How about we start off with the answer you think is right?
And placating the base, but leaving the center of the electorate behind. But you know what? You have to win the center of the electorate in order to maintain your popularity.
Let's start with, what do you think? Like, I guess I'm not understanding how admitting Ukraine into NATO. Like, let's start with what you think. I'm bringing them up because it doesn't make sense. The thing though. No, Kristen. Just tell me what you're thinking. Just tell me what you're thinking. Like just tell me what you're thinking, because when I have these sorts of discussions, it's probably something else that has gotten to you, or is making you ask these hyper-focused sort of like, you said this and this, but they're not consistent and blah, blah, blah. Like, what is it? What are your opinions on this? Like, how about we start there? Instead of you asking me vague questions, just tell me your opinion on Europe, like European colonization and the expansionist nature of Europe impacting the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Like, what are your thoughts about it?
order for Republicans to win in these midterm elections, but independents are saying, you know what? We don't like what's going on. See you later.
Yeah, and the big question is, do they show up and vote for a Democrat or do they not show up? Those are always the questions that you have to ask. I do want to ask you about what this might mean historically when you look at these abysmal numbers for the president and his approval rating the lowest of his presidency, what it might mean for the midterms.
Yeah, what might it mean for the midterms? I was teasing 2018, but you have to go further back in history to really find the true analog in my mind.
Okay. I honestly... I have no clue what we achieved with that exchange, but okay, if that cleared it up for you, fine.
And it's George W. Bush. Look at this. Presidential net approval rating according to Ipsos at this point pre-midterm. Look at this. Trump 31 points underwater. Bush was also 31 points underwater. George W. Bush at this point before the 2006 midterm. Republicans lost not just the House, but the United States Senate as well. And if these numbers hold and this historical analogy holds, Democrats will have a very happy election night and election week afterwards indeed. Democratic socialism is no longer just a polling phenomenon. It is in the real world. We are seeing actual candidates winning primaries. What are we talking about? Well, we're talking about this. DSA or DSA endorsed congressional candidates currently in Congress. There is just 1, 2. Now we're talking about 4 times as many, 8 candidates who have won 2026 primaries, and 7 of those are favorites to win in the fall, win in the general election. So the Democratic Socialists of America's ranks in Congress, they are definitely growing, getting larger.
All right, so where are these wins happening? Is there a specific area or?
Like, Europe could choose to pay reparations anytime. Europe could have paid reparations like 50 years ago. But Europe decided it's not going to do any of that. So, and it has decided, Europe has no money anymore. That's a lie, by the way. The Bank of England keeps a lot of gold stolen from other places. So let's be real.
Or what are you seeing with the numbers?
Yeah, okay, you might just say, oh, this is just a phenomenon in the Northeast. This is part of the Acela corridor. This is just an urban phenomenon. No, not really. I mean, take a look here. Where DSA candidates won primaries for Congress, they're all Democrats. Yeah, you got 3 in New York, but you got 2 in
By the way, the Bank of England is sending Venezuelan gold to America.
Michigan. You got 1 in Colorado.
Because the Bank of England was holding Venezuelan gold, and now it's being sent to America.
You got 1 in Florida last night running for the Senate, and you got 1 in Pennsylvania. So this is not just a Northeast phenomenon in terms of these DSA candidates who are winning primaries. Yes, they are primarily in urban areas, but they are happening across the map, from the Northeast to the Midwest to the Mountain West, and then last night down in the South in Florida. So this is happening across the political map. We are seeing these DSA candidates winning in Democratic primaries. As I said, they are becoming a larger part of the Democratic primary, not just in the polling data, but actual people casting their ballots, casting their votes for these DSA candidates.
Give us some idea what the percentages are here of the wins versus the loss, because there are more DSA candidates out there, it appears.
Yeah, okay. So the thing that I will note is even though the DSA is growing to be a larger part of the Democratic Party, right, they are not the majority of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is still primarily non-DSA members. You could see it here. DSA endorsed congressional candidates won their primaries. Yes, we have 8, but look at this. At least 17 have lost their primaries. At least 17 have lost their primaries. So they're batting about 33%, right, or a little bit there, which is pretty good for a baseball hitter, right, but not particularly good in terms of actually becoming a majority of the party. So yes, the DSA is...
This is why you guys shouldn't play into these momentary statistics. This is like the first real election after Donald Trump being president, and I don't think you can play this game if you're DSA. What they're trying to do is make it seem like the DSA isn't the movement that it is. But more and more, the exposure of how politics actually works and the inevitable economic impact it is going to have on Americans is going to cause a bigger shift towards the DSA. This is just the start of it. And only the House and Senate can stop Trump, I think. No, Trump doesn't care about Congress. Like, Trump doesn't care about House and Senate or anything. He's already been impeached twice. Nothing happened, man. Like, Trump will do what Trump wants. You might as well throw away the rule books right now. The only way is your judicial system holding him to account after like 2 or 3 months of him making the decision that was bad. Like, the Trump tariffs were in place for I don't know how long, like months before they were struck down by a judge, right? So I think that's your only hope. Trump makes a shitty decision, and then your judicial system comes in months down the line and then reverses it.
Is growing. It is becoming a larger phenomenon, but it is not yet one that has taken over the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is still full of traditional Democrats, not those who are coming in and trying to implement DSA ideology.
Right, and you have to note, this is the primary. This is not the general election yet.
This is not the general election, and I know Angie Nixon had a good night last night, but she is an underdog in Florida. She is the one of the 8 who have won who is most likely not going to win in the general election. The test of whether the DSA holds in a general election, that is one that we haven't really quite tested just yet. Look, the Washington primary historically has been pretty predictive of what we see come the midterm elections. That is the swing we see from the presidential vote, the prior presidential vote, to what we see in terms of the cumulative, adding up all the Democrats and all the Republicans and chasing the margin between them. That swing has been quite predictive for the midterm elections. That is the U.S. House popular vote within 2 points. So this is quite predictive of what's going on. And what we see in Washington, what we see is, look, Kamala Harris won that state by 18 points. Look at what the Democrats are doing in terms of beating the Republicans.
Yeah, old Al Hooten, that's exactly what's happening. The crazy thing is they're measuring current state. They're measuring current state based on how the world used to be before October the 7th. You know, I don't think these people understand how much the world has changed as this genocide continues. Like, it has impacted so much of our lives. And to just ignore that just shows you that they are going to continue to keep shooting themselves in the foot. Democrats, so delusional.
Republicans in terms of the cumulative House vote. They have won the cumulative House vote. Right now, there's still a few votes to get counted.
And Europe as well, like European nations too. Like their politics are going to change forever, and has, had fundamental impact to how Europe is perceived and how Europe itself will operate moving forward in the world. It has changed so much. The political class still hasn't caught up to that yet. They think they can just ignore this away. I don't think they understand.
Counted by 24 points. So we're looking at about a 5.5-point swing, which is not anywhere near as large, Johnny B is sort of saying it, not anywhere near as large as we've seen in some of those special House elections so far. So
I think Germany is about to make a massive, massive tack to the right. AfD, potentially AfD, with the amount of popularity that party's gaining, holy shit. But it all comes back to how Europe has been treating this current moment. Europe has been amplifying. European leadership have been amplifying anti-Islam sentiment, which has given parties like the AfD ammo. Anti-Palestinian sentiment, which has been giving parties like AfD ammo. And this is what I mean. Like, instead of European politicians pretending like there's some moral high ground that Europe is trying to maintain, they need to start coming to the world with the same empathy that they expect the world to have for them, or they will expect the world to have for them. I'm not feeling positive about that, honestly. The way it's going at the moment, Europe is doubling down, just as America is too. I think doubling down on not wanting to understand the current state of affairs.
This is good news for Democrats, but it's certainly not great news for Democrats. And historically speaking, in midterms since 1994, this has been quite predictive of the swing that we see nationally.
So we're looking at Washington because it has been predictive. You're saying there is a 5.5-point swing. So what does that mean, perhaps, for the midterms in November?
Extinction burst for white supremacy. I heard, I don't know if you were here when we were watching the Robin DiAngelo lecture, but she mentioned about white supremacy, white fragility in particular. That white fragility isn't like a fragile wine glass. White fragility is like a fragile bomb. And so extinction burst for white supremacy could also include the explosion of this fragile bomb, which means white supremacy says to the world, if we can't have the world, then no one can. Right? So it's at the moment, we're in a precarious fucking state.
November. Okay, so if history holds and Washington is in fact predictive of what happens come the midterms in November, and you see, say, a 5.5-point swing, what might that look like? Well, Donald Trump won nationally by a point. That would mean that nationwide, Democrats would be expected to win the U.S. House vote by about 4 points. Now, with the redistricting, Democrats probably need a margin of between, say, 3 and 4 points. This would put this for House control. Exactly. This would put this basically on the border. This is very different than a lot of the data points we've been seeing so far. This would suggest a fairly tight battle for the U.S. House of Representatives based upon what we see in Washington State, if that swing holds.
Too close for comfort, as I think, as Democrats. If Democrats were looking at this like, whoa, that's tighter than we think, tighter than we'd like.
Yes.
So if you're looking at Washington State, what happened there, what signs do you see about what might be, I don't know if it's depressing it or tying up Democrats a little bit?
Yeah, what might be tying up is there seems to be this real divide within the anti-Trump vote. That's what seems to be going on. I mean, take a look at this. In the Washington 5th District, an independent populist got 16% of the vote. In Washington 9, a revolutionary socialist got 17% of the vote. Can the Democrats unite these blocks come November? If they can, they'll do very well, and maybe that swing will be bigger. But if you see this divide, maybe not. Now, the final thing I will note is people who are putting their monies where their mouths are, right, in terms of gauging this, well, they still expect that Democrats will be able to swing a number of districts. Here's one for you. Take a look at this. The chance to win in Wisconsin 3, it's a +7 Trump district. Look at this. The Democrat with a 71% chance of winning according to the Kalshi prediction market. So Washington's saying one thing. There are a lot of other metrics that are...
Yeah, folks. Kalshi prediction markets. Mainstream. Excellent.
They're saying other things, but Washington historically has been quite predictive. And if it is, we got a fairly tight battle for the U.S. House of Representatives on our hand come November.
All I'll note is the prediction markets. Kalshi saying that Van Orden might be cooked.
Oh, wow. Oh, we're so screwed. We're so screwed. Ah! Oh, my gosh. Oh, boomers are starting to, use the lingo, trying to relate. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. This is bad. This is horrendous, everybody. Let's have a palate cleanser before we go into more doom and gloom. Okay? A palate cleanser. A nice little palate cleanser. Oh, I love that emoji. Nice. A palate cleanser with Kneecap here. If you don't know Kneecap, an Irish band who have been a target of I'm ready for the collabs or I am not. Either way, bring it. They've been the target of government, the UK government's. The UK government, in particular, for their advocacy for Palestine. And they've been incredible. They've gone through so much, but they're still filling out arenas with their music. Incredible, incredible band.
Nobody says how good the gig was.
Coachella, a free Palestine!
It was quite a cool gig, actually.
I do say so myself. What's happening, Al Jazeera and Makarat?
And DJ Proby and Mowgli Bob.
Together we are Kneecap.
The Irish rap trio Kneecap are known all around the world for their Palestine solidarity. They've had gigs and tours cancelled, lost funding, and were even banned from some countries because of their activism.
Politically charged performances.
Firebrand politics, completely intolerable.
And they also battled terrorism charges in the UK.
There was like a whole state witch hunt against us. Whatever it is that they throw at us, we can deal with. I can move on with my life. People in Gaza aren't afforded the same.
The British establishment hoped that the pressure that we were put under would have stopped us. They flipped it, and now we turned that into an album.
Rapping in both Irish and English, Kneecap are part of a long-standing legacy of Irish resistance to British colonialism and ongoing British rule in the part of Ireland where they're from.
Our existence here is political, so that only naturally comes across in our music.
And rapping in Irish is in and of itself a form of resistance, right? It's inherently political.
Yeah, but the language was politicised when the English came to colonise Ireland and to try and eradicate the Irish language. Once they tried to wipe out the language, that's when they brought politics into this language.
Shame is a very destructive thing, and that's probably one of the first things that a colonial player will do. He'll try and shame you into not speaking your own language.
Kneecap's new album is called Fenian. It's a name with origins in Irish folklore that describes a band of warriors. The Irish championed the name during the uprisings against British colonizers, but later the British used it as a derogatory slur against Irish Catholics. Why did you decide to name it that?
It's about reclaiming that name and reclaiming that identity, and I would use that as a term of endearment.
I never learn my lesson, always be government's obsession.
What was going on for you last year, and how did that influence the new album?
The intensity of the last year kind of seeps into the album, and it kind of just a reflection on what happened. You know, the court case, you've got all the stuff from Coachella.
Barred from entering Canada.
The cancellation of their entire US tour.
Removed from the lineup of a series of summer concerts.
With this next album, it's a bit darker, a bit more serious.
Solidarity is obviously a huge thing that you guys are known for, especially your solidarity with Palestine. And so I want to ask you about the Coachella moment last year that went viral.
The Irish not so long ago were persecuted at the hands of the Brits, but we were never bombed from the fucking skies with nowhere to go.
Kneecap absolutely took over Coachella.
Handily the most talked about of the entire festival.
Anti-Israel hate at the Coachella Music Festival.
This was in 2025 in America.
It was quite a good gig, actually. I do say so myself. Nobody says how good the gig was, you know?
What went into your decision to have such a strong pro-Palestine stance?
We didn't approach Coachella any differently to any other gig. We've done this for years. We did this long before October 7th. Why was there such uproar at Coachella, and why is there not the same uproar at other gigs? And I suppose that comes down to the fact that the US media have tried their best to suppress the pro-Palestine movement. Young Americans agree with us. Young Americans do support Gaza and the Palestinians. So I think CNN and Fox and stuff didn't like the image of thousands of Americans screaming pro-Palestinian stuff, and therefore obviously the Israeli lobby threw everything they had to try to silence us to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Were you surprised by the backlash and the controversy?
Surprised to see Sharon Osbourne being so annoyed about it.
Have your own belief politically, but don't bring it to a music festival.
The band was dropped by its US sponsor following Sharon Osbourne's call to revoke their American work visa.
I didn't think anybody gave what Sharon Osbourne said.
And the likes of Sharon Osbourne, they're just puppets for this kind of Zionist regime, and you know they're trying to like monopolise the word terrorist, but when they're the biggest terrorists in the world.
Sharon Osbourne.
Like the American government, the IOF, they're not talking about the crimes they're committing and the genocide they're committing. It's just ways of distracting the mainstream media.
Following the Coachella controversy, the British state brought terrorism charges against Mokara. Prosecutors said that at a gig in London, he allegedly expressed support for Hezbollah, a Lebanese political party with an armed wing, but he's always denied the charges. Question specifically for Liam. Why do you think the UK brought terrorism charges against you?
To annoy him.
Yeah, just to really give me a pain in the hole.
The terrorism case against the kneecap rapper Liam O'Gohany has been thrown out.
Not one person in that courtroom thought I was a terrorist, yet I'm up for terrorist charges. The British government and the American government have always used that term as a way of squashing somebody with a different belief to the point where it gives them a headache.
If anyone on this planet is guilty of terrorism, it's the British state. Free Palestine, check it out.
The repression hasn't stopped Kneecap from using their gigs to share messages of solidarity and to platform activists.
My father, Marwan Barghouti, taught me about the shared history between Palestine and Ireland.
History did not begin on October the 7th.
Uno abbiamo tutto contro il genocidio.
Kneecap's solidarity extends beyond Palestine. After we spoke, the trio joined an international aid convoy to Cuba as the decades-long U.S. blockade escalated in 2026.
Irish and Cuban solidarity is something that goes back a long time.
Ireland and Belfast especially has a big connection with the struggle of liberation around the world.
Every single gig will take a moment out to show solidarity until something changes.
Why do you support the cultural boycott of Israel?
We understand the importance of international solidarity in Ireland. Like, we went through 800 years of colonialism.
We understand how boycott can be used as an effective means of highlighting injustice and also taking down regimes, because it has happened before and it's happened in South Africa, and there's no reason why it can't happen in Israel. Even before the ban, when we were growing up, you would have been attending Palestine marches or going to shopping centres and putting Israeli products in the trolleys to try and disrupt the shopping of Israeli goods down south. The potatoes in Tesco's sometimes come from Israel, which is the craziest import I've ever heard of. Bringing potatoes
to Ireland.
We're coming down with potatoes.
Can't move for the potatoes.
Do you think that musicians have a responsibility to speak out on social and political issues with the platform that they have?
Yes.
Whatever happened to your Epstein flowchart? We haven't focused on the Epstein files in a long time. After we read 15,000 files, the Iran war started and we focused on that. But we have built a platform to investigate the Epstein files. If you want to do that along with us, you can get into our Discord community and get into it. It's just I'm not live streaming it anymore.
I think everybody has a duty to do it.
Music and politics and culture and all these things are all intertwined, and we can't have one without the other.
Of Get the Brits Out.
Who inspires you guys, and who do you hope your music inspires?
I think it's ordinary people doing extraordinary things. I think that's something that we take inspiration from, especially where we're from.
The next generation is the one that I hope our music inspires. For me personally, it would be that another group comes along that's better than us.
We hope that there one day there'll be hundreds of Kneecap bands.
Planting seeds of trees that you won't see grow.
Yeah, and we're hoping that people are coming out and becoming a part of the community, you know, because there's a lot of people segregated in their own wee rooms. The power you see whenever people get together, it's just not a power that you can get individually, you know, so it's important for people to get out and march and challenge the status quo and to hold powers to account.
What is your message to the Palestinian people?
I know maybe it feels helpless, maybe it feels like people don't see you. The people of Ireland see you, the people of Ireland, we support you, and we'll never stop talking about Palestine until we see sufficient change. And yeah, Chucky Arla.
Free Palestine.
We're on Hawthorne Street, the site of our murals. And this one behind me says, England, get out of Ireland. It's pretty self-explanatory.
The English government. I love the people.
We don't mean the English citizens. Please, England, get out of Ireland, please.
Get out of Ireland, please.
That's funny. It's very people that, please.
Nice. Oh, the lads. The kneecap lads. By the way, a big bit of news here came through a few hours ago. Jury refuses to convict in second Filton trial. After more than 38 hours of deliberation, the jury refused to convict Madeline Norman, Hannah Davidson, Tueta Hoxha, Ola Alexandra Herbich, Ian Sanders, William Plasto, and Yulia Brigadirova of all charges against them. These are the Filton 7, everybody. They went into the Elbit Systems building and broke a whole bunch of stuff. And they were being charged as terrorists, but the jury did not follow through. They refused to convict them. The jury has refused to convict them. What a great outcome, honestly. I just love it. I just love it when good people win. It's awesome. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about AI. So this is a documentary, a quick little documentary. This was nice to hear, but it doesn't bring me any sort of confidence about where AI is heading. We're also going to look at a cyber attack in France. Again, AI part of that cyber attack. So we're going to switch this up a little bit here. But this is such an interesting little report. I felt a good one to inform us.
I hear you love walk and talks.
Yes, because we sit too much. Yeah, and also our company is just next to this park, so it's great.
Is it all AI talk all the time here?
I don't know other people's talk, but I talk AI all the time. But that's the only thing I know.
Fei-Fei Li is a giant in the field of computer vision, a branch of AI dedicated to teaching machines to see. She made a breakthrough with ImageNet, a visual library that sparked the modern AI revolution, earning her the title Godmother of AI. And she's been a pioneer at AI Center ever since, as a Stanford professor, a Google executive, an advisor to US presidents, and a relentless advocate for AI that serves people.
I feel the leaders of AI are not talking enough about empowering humanity. They're talking too much about replacing humanity, replacing jobs.
Now, she's adding startup co-founder to her star resume.
What's it like running your own shop?
I feel like a tiger mom.
While the rest of the AI world doubles down on large language models.
The delusion in the industry at the moment, folks, like the literal delusion that so many of these companies have, these startups, that they are somehow fundamentally changing the world, lacking like the most basic amounts of empathy for human life, is incredible to see. It is it's so eye-opening when they talk about these things without any attachment to human life. They're so detached.
Like ChatGPT and Claude, Li is betting on a new frontier, world models. She's building AI that aims to predict what happens next in the real world, not just the next word in a sentence.
So what can world models do ultimately that LLMs will never be able to?
Can words put down fires? Can words cook an omelet?
Li and her startup, World Labs, is competing in a crowded field of rivals, all making the same bet, that world models are the next big leap in AI.
Did you ever imagine AI would be this big?
Have I imagined the entire civilization is going to be redefined by AI? The cultural shifts, the geopolitical landscape, I would not have imagined that.
Before she became a leading AI scientist, Li was just a curious kid, looking at the world.
What was young Fei Fei like as a kid?
It was 80s and 90s in China. My city was Chengdu. My dad is quite a curious soul about nature, so I got quite a dosage of chasing after bugs and running after puppies and going to the mountains to draw and sketch with my dad and, reading.
Cutting your hair short.
Guys, I'm just going to grab a coffee. Please stick around. I need to use the bathroom as well really quickly. Here's a... Oh, actually, no. We'll do this. Some shitty dubstep while I go use the bathroom. As you're waiting, if you feel like spamming Palestine flags in the chat, feel free. I'm not forcing you to do it, but just feel free. I'll see you in a second.
Global consciousness. Free Palestine.
Consciousness. Free Palestine.
Thank you for waiting, everybody. Thank you for waiting. Let's get back into it.
Or loving aerospace and physics. Did you see yourself as a rebel?
As a kid, right, you're preteen, you almost have to be a rebel just because you want to make a statement for yourself. But the love of nature and science and physics, the love of aerospace and outer space, those are part of my identity.
You emigrated from China to the US in the 90s.
Yeah.
What was it like coming here as a teenager back then?
That was tough. Shifting the whole scene, culture, language, life, as a teenager is perhaps one of the hardest times because you're finding who you are and then suddenly you don't even know the world, right?
Lee learned English, finished high school, studied physics at Princeton while running the family dry cleaning business on weekends, and followed her dreams to Caltech, where she earned her PhD and became a computer scientist. You've been studying artificial intelligence since it was super niche.
Yes.
What was the field like back then?
That was a beautiful period. It was really pure curiosity because there was no money, there was no power, there was no fanfare, there was no hype. We were there just the same as scientists look into the sky, go down in the ocean. I was deeply curious.
How does AI see, and how is it different from how you or I see?
We use our eyes to drive the sensory system to turn that into signals in the brain, and the brain does computing. It's not that different from computers. We need to learn the pattern of the world and understand objects, colors, environments. A lot of seeing is preparing humans to act. You wake up this morning, you hug your kids, you go downstairs, prepare.
This will be used like flock cameras. Whatever she ends up building will be like flock cameras.
Some breakfast, grab your key, drive to your work. Everything I've described so far, you've done that with your spatial intelligence.
So it's got to be hard to get computers to do that.
Yes.
Lee was working on this back in 2006. She built ImageNet, a massive catalog of 14 million pictures in over 21,000 categories, the largest assembled at that time, because Lee saw that algorithms needed data to get smarter. So what was the spark for ImageNet?
Nobody was paying attention to data. My students and I had that epiphany that learning needs to be driven by data.
Thank you, Raiders. Welcome. Hope you stick around and hit that follow button.
Brekkie time! Welcome in, everybody. Sneaky, Unk, Ants. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you, Raiders. Thank you so much. It's so good to have you here, Brekkie. How the heck was your stream? How was your stream? Did you have a good one? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, Raiders. Hey, Zeno, welcome. It was great, thank you. I hope you're having a good one too. Yes, absolutely, Brekkie time. We are having a great little stream, just learning about the world and how AI is gonna fuck us up even more. You know, just the basics. Mostly doom and gloom. Welcome. Mostly doom and gloom. Woo! Let's go. Who doesn't like a morsel of doom and gloom every now and then? Hey, Noisy, is there a part 1 to the blueprint? Yeah, there is. Yes. It is all on the YouTube. Part 1 is like a summary of Supremacy Without Borders. That's the name of the series. So part 1 is a summary of Supremacy Without Borders, Hindutva, Zionism, and white supremacy. And then part 2 is the blueprint, and part 3 is Zionism. Rightio, folks. Let's get back into it. The blueprint is episode 2.
In 2010, Lee turned ImageNet into a competition. Who could build the best algorithm to correctly identify the most images? In 2012, Geoffrey Hinton's University of Toronto team entered with AlexNet, an algorithm powered by NVIDIA graphics cards. The result marked a turning point. That combination, massive amounts of data, neural networks, and GPU computing power, became the golden recipe for modern AI and cemented Lee's legacy.
What do you feel when you look at this?
It's not the 8 of us, it's the entire humanity. That's really the main story here. Because this comes from the photo of, about 100 years ago? When industrialization was in a booming phase and big urban skylines are being built. That was a civilizational moment.
It's amazing that you're being recognized here, but could they have centered the photo? Come on.
It's true, because there's more space here.
I asked you about being the godmother of AI a few years ago.
You did.
How do you feel about that title?
You know, Emily, I would never call myself godmother of anything. Remember, Emily, when you asked me, I was like, oh. I was taken aback because I don't naturally think about myself as godmother of anything. That's not my personality. I focus on work. If I rejected that,
you know, I don't call myself a godmother of everything. I just focus on things that will become your ruler, that will eventually try and exterminate you. You know, we're putting in all of our technology in the most violent shit that you'll ever know. I'm not the godmother. It'll probably shoot me in the face one day.
On that spot, we once again would be in a situation where women just don't get recognized the same way as men. I want more women to be called godmother of whatever creation, innovation, discovery that they have done.
So do you embrace the term now, or?
Embrace is a big word. I don't go around and say, hi, I'm Fei Fei, I'm the godmother of AI. But people have adopted that term, thanks to you.
Artificial intelligence had long been discussed in policy and tech circles as something perpetually right around the corner. Until ChatGPT. AI went from a niche research field to the most talked about technology on the planet. Large language models, image generators, video generators. Suddenly, it seemed like everyone was or wanted to be in the AI business. And let's be honest, things have come pretty far. Lee saw an opportunity and launched her own startup in 2024.
What's it like running your own shop?
So here's the thing. I'm by far the most senior in the company. From my co-founders to my engineers and researchers and scientists, they're so talented, but they're also young. I do feel like a mom. And oftentimes I feel like a tiger mom. I do run this shop as, I would say, high standard.
Lee is working on advancing world models. If ImageNet taught AI how to see, this technology aims to guide AI through the physical world, because describing how to catch a ball and actually catching one are very different things. And superintelligence, she's betting that lies beyond chatbots.
The rest of the AI industry is focusing on LLMs. What can't LLMs do?
If we want to create a world where we continue to push scientific discovery, where we want machines like robots to be a partner to us. All this, language cannot do it alone. Building world model and spatial intelligence is not about anti-LLM, it's about the next frontier and the next chapter.
So what exactly is a world model?
I think you can be of two things, right? You can hate AI and avoid it, or you can hate AI and use it to further your cause. And I think you can be either or, and that would be totally fine. Because a lot of people hated the internet, but then used it for good, I guess. The thing, though, is just remember, if you hate AI or LLMs or this technology, and you don't leverage this power to use for your advocacy or your movement while you have access to it, and that's the important thing, while you have access to it, you're not using a tool in a world where we as the working class have less and less tools to use. the capital class or the people protecting capital have militarized police with body armor and military-style weapons and vehicles. They have intelligence agencies. They have the judicial system. They have everything protecting capital. But if for your advocacy, you are reluctant to use something powerful in order to further your cause, because in some way that makes you feel like you're contributing to the problem, and I think you're missing the point. I think using these things for advocacy is very important because they're not going anywhere, guys. Because a lot of people who are saying they hate AI, and I'm not just speaking to you, Ants. I'm not speaking directly to you on this. I'm just saying a lot of people who say that they just don't like AI, etc., are using them at work. Or for the sake of something else. So I want people to understand, like, we are in a world where the tools we have available to us and the tools we have access to are getting highly regulated, and they're only going to get more regulated. And I think while you can use the power of these tools, if it's usable, like, I'm not going to judge you.
World model at this point is an overloaded term. We look at spatial
Lucy,
intelligence as three
Shanna.
different kind of functions. One is rendering, one is simulation, and the third one is planning. Rendering is the world model outputs beautiful pixels for humans to consume. Most likely, you're thinking about Sora. The second class of world model is they do simulation, but it doesn't serve just humans, it serves machines. They're focused on capturing the actual structure of the world, the geometry structure based on physics. The third kind of world model, planning, helps you to know what is the next thing you need to do. For example, if you have a cup, a world model that serves as a planner will let the robot know, pick it up and put it somewhere else. And that is a world model that is very closely coupled with robotics.
Marble is World Lab's first step towards creating a world model. It's a platform that lets anyone generate an explorable, editable 3D world from a single visual or text prompt.
Now, this is a showcase page of some user-generated worlds. You can see they created a room, a beautiful room. Now, you look at this, you're like, Feifei, this is no different from a picture. But here's the thing, it actually is a world because I can navigate in it. So like a game, I can move forward, I can turn around, I can go anywhere. Here, it's a fully consistent 3D world.
So who or what companies are using Marble right now?
Why is Marble useful? For example, virtual production in movies. People are using Marble because they can shoot actors in any environment. Game developers, Marble has...
The thing about all of these models is they're all used in some way to like whitewash. Like right now, Israel is using, for example, like ChatGPT, etc., to whitewash away its crimes. Like by creating insane amounts of data to train these things with, you can make these LLMs think that, you know, Israel isn't that bad. So in a world like that, using information and searching for information in these things about the Palestinian struggle, for example, and making that part of reinforcement learning for these models, which are being used by billions of people right now, is, I think, pretty important. So if we stop engaging with these tools, they will be used to erase it, whitewash history. I don't think we should allow that to happen. And the next story, I will show you how they're actually doing it.
completely lowered the amount of resource and time one needs. We also have robotics example. This is a collaboration with NVIDIA where they're using Marble environments to augment the training of robots.
What are you training these models on that others don't have?
We are training these models on two things, right? One is specially prepared data. Pixel data are more nuanced than language data in the sense that there's more information in a picture. There's camera information. Another one is algorithmic and architectural innovation, because no one has created generative world models as we have in terms of creating 3D and eventually 4D worlds.
So would you say that's the secret?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, the real secrets are people, as I always say. But yes, the data and the algorithm and the system we have built.
You've raised $1 billion. How is the business doing?
The business is still early. This phase of World Labs, we're focusing on building the technology.
Building the technology isn't the only part of the job. When Lee isn't heads down at World Labs, she's out making the case for the next frontier of AI.
Please welcome to the stage Fei-Fei Li, co-founder and CEO at World Labs, for conversation with Bloomberg's Emily Chang.
All of this rolls up into robotics, so I want to get your take on the field, and humanoids in particular. Funding for humanoids hit $6 billion, but they still can't load my dishwasher as fast as I can. They still can't go get my Amazon packages. Will World Models, World Labs close the gap between hype and reality?
That's a loaded question, Emily. First of all, robotics is going to be one of the most important revolutions in human industrialization. $6 billion is too small, right? If you look at self-driving cars investment, if you look at language models investment, it took way more than $6 billion. Are we going to close the gap? I do believe World Labs is working on one of the most critical technology.
Commodifying humanity, yeah.
In spatial physical intelligence, and obviously that's the hope.
But Lee isn't alone. World Models are the tech industry's latest obsession, with startups and tech giants alike all sprinting to build them. For anything from design to self-driving cars, robots in factories, to eventually machines that can navigate the unpredictable reality of the human home. You're competing against big players with deep pockets. How worried are you about that?
As an entrepreneur and a co-founder CEO, I'm paranoid every day. I don't think there's a moment I would say, hey, I feel so relaxed, So yes, I am worried, but am I paralyzed? Absolutely not. We have an incredible team. We also have the focus. A lot of big companies, they have a lot on the table. We have one thing on the table, and we're focusing on that thing.
Emily, nice to meet you. The war for talent is so fierce. Why work with Fei-Fei when there are so many powerful AI companies out there?
Well, I started working with Fei-Fei way before it was cool. 12. Yeah.
Machines that can navigate a highly polluted environment, yeah.
I did my PhD with Fei-Fei at Stanford way back in the day.
You can go to a lot of big tech, but your hands can't change that trajectory in many instances. Here, we're 50 people. Your hands can change the trajectory of this company. That's a beautiful thing to have in your life.
World Labs may be a small team, but the investment in World Models is gigantic. $3 billion and growing. Still, it's early days. The field hasn't even agreed on how to build them yet. Would you say it's like 2019 for chatbots, where everyone was chasing LLMs and trying to make it happen, but they hadn't cracked the code yet? Is that where we are for World Models?
Yeah, that's probably a fair description. We're early. We're a lot earlier compared to LLMs.
But will there be some sort of explosion and aha moment where we're like, oh, now we understand?
If we do it right, yes. That's the magic of technology and science. When it hits that milestone, it becomes magical.
There are...
And I think hitting that milestone is many different things. There is the aha moment, but also how you get there matters. It's not just maximizing profits. It should be about maximizing value across many different areas, not just shareholders. It should be environmental value. How does this positively impact the environment? How does this positively impact human beings? How does this positively impact the working class? All of these sorts of things have to be considered. But the problem with startups like this and the way startups are modeled is it's all about get us to profitability as quickly as possible. And that will always be the failure of capitalism, because the decisions made will always choose the quickest and dirtiest option. Because technologies like this should exist, but they should exist in a particular way. They should exist to enrich, not to take, and not to... there shouldn't be a deficit from it. But we don't spend enough time to understand this, because spending time on how to make a positive environmental impact using this technology, how to make a positive impact on the working class, those aren't profitable things, or at least they're not perceived as positive things for capitalism today. And, you know, when we had the opportunity to choose the energy of the future in the early 1900s, late 1800s, we could have investigated many different types. Oil was chosen at that stage. Oil was chosen at that stage because it was the quickest and easiest, most profitable solution. There was no foresight to think about how this could impact society at large. Right? Like, there was no thought process. It was just, okay, oil works, let's use it. And they started profiting from it. That's what capitalism ultimately encourages, is the least effort to make the most profit. But we can't do this anymore. But Fords were electric in the beginning. Yeah, like, this is what I mean. Like, we had so many choices, but we went a certain way because it was so, like, it was the most profitable direction rather than the best solution for us. And capitalism will always drive that. I'll never say this sort of technology shouldn't exist. I'll always say this sort of technology should add, not take away from humanity and the planet. And at the moment, it's all take, and to enrich a few. Which is the real tragedy of it all. Because human beings can benefit, but only if we put the thought into it at the beginning. Otherwise, it becomes a backlog of broken promises, you know?
Skeptics in the AI and robotics world that say this isn't the next breakthrough, it's just the next hype cycle. What do you say to that?
I think even good science can be hyped.
Mm-hmm.
I believe spatial intelligence and physical intelligence are fundamental to machine intelligence. And these are the frontier questions that I believe firmly in as a scientist, as a technologist, and also as an entrepreneur. I believe they will provide incredible market value.
Building world models is incredibly...
See, this is the problem I have. Incredible market value. Like, that's the only fucking focus, man. We're destroying ourselves because of market value. What about human value? What about worker value? What about these things that matter? Right? Like, it's so fucking insane that these people are constantly doing this. But it's so obvious they're not thinking about the planet. They're not thinking about anything that matters. They're thinking about personal wealth and personal accolades. They're not thinking about the world. They're just not thinking about the world.
Resource intensive. Do you need more power? Do you need more capital to get to where you want to be?
That we don't know yet. We're too early. We're likely to need more power and more resources.
And can you get that?
I don't know. We have to do a good job to earn it.
And this is why, like, a lot of founders who get investment are actually very psychopathic in nature. Because the ones who get investment are people who are willing to do anything it takes to become profitable, not willing to do anything it takes to be a good citizen of the planet. And you will see, like, I don't know if you've ever pitched to, like, I've done work with accelerators very recently, not recently, but about 4 years ago. I was with an accelerator. I was doing some mentor work because after I burnt out, I wanted to stay in touch with the industry without completely disconnecting from it. So I started doing some mentoring work for startups. And even there, as a mentor, you're coached to bring out the, coached to challenge. How is this going to make money? How is this going to make money? And it goes against everything from the perspective of creating value for the planet and creating good outcomes for equitable outcomes for human beings. It's completely back to front. And as long as this sort of system and attitude exists within our business world, our startup world, we're going to keep getting parasitic companies that will suck our planet dry.
Getting world models out of the demo phase will take more time and money. Meanwhile, investment in generative AI has soared, and Americans have strong feelings about it.
I'm sure you've seen the video of former Google CEO Eric Schmidt getting booed at a college graduation.
So today we stand on this edge of another technological transformation.
You spend a lot of time with students. What are they saying? And if they're scared, are the fears justified?
Yeah, I do spend a lot of time with students. Even Stanford students reflect some of this mixed sentiment. There is anxiety, there is sense of hope, there is also excitement, there is also confusion. There is also simultaneously a sense of dignity and agency when AI can help me do things that I couldn't do before, and a sense of loss of dignity and agency if AI is gonna take my job.
AI has got to go! So what happens if the US loses faith in this technology while the rest of the world races ahead?
US is such an important country in terms of its impact to the world that if we are not showing a positive attitude and positive path towards
I watched this. It's neat. Generating Gaussian splats. Oh, have you watched this one? Did you? What are your thoughts, Zach? What are your thoughts?
AI, everybody loses.
How are you?
And I don't wish for that because US has been a thought leader in the world when it comes to technology and science and economy. And if we can show that we can create incredible technology and incredible economic value using AI and have a positive...
See, they never ever talk about they never ever talk about environment value or worker value. I just don't know why they forget it. It's just all about market value, you know?
Positive cultural impact. The world will see it as a role model.
Lee knows a thing or two about
She hasn't said anything about climate change. Like, how can you take any of these people fucking seriously when they don't talk about climate change?
AI and its impact. Over her career, she took roles at big tech companies, venture capital firms, co-founded an AI institute at Stanford, and advised U.S. presidents and the United Nations on AI policy.
There's nothing artificial about artificial intelligence. It's inspired by people, it's created by people, and most importantly, it has an impact on people.
You've advised President Biden, President Trump, the UN on technology and AI policy. How do you approach conversations with world leaders?
I don't go in hyping. I don't go in providing extreme rhetoric. Either it's total utopia or total doomsday. It's very important that whoever I talk to knows that I'm a scientist. What do they need? They need scientific facts. But I think it's important to be at their service and to speak my mind, to push back if they're wrong, because that's my responsibility.
Mm-hmm. And have they been wrong?
Oh, yes, for sure. We all have been wrong. This technology moves so fast. I don't blame them. Most of our policymakers don't come from computer science background.
What is the role of regulation? What should that look like?
First and foremost, root that in science, not science fiction. A lot of the AI policy world conversation with people from Silicon Valley talk about the extinction of humanity, the AGI, machine overlord, that distracts the real policy work. The second recommendation is ensure a healthy ecosystem. Resource the public sector, resource STEM education in K to 12 or K to 16. Human capital at the end of the day is the most important resource of ours.
She's just saying what people want to hear in this stage. If you go look at, her P&L, her profit and loss statement, I can guarantee you they are making very, very conscious decisions on not to spend too much time on R&D about how to not have impacts on the environment. Okay? So yeah, she's waxing lyrical, but I can guarantee you every dollar is going towards the model, or at least activities around the actual model, and not periphery, not the, as we would call it in the technology world, non-functional requirements, including environmental outcomes.
World. And we want a thriving society of people, not a thriving society of just machines.
What do you worry could go wrong with world models? Like if we're giving people even more realistic and more powerful AI, does that create even more opportunities for really bad things to happen?
World models, language models, these are powerful models that can create mis and disinformation. Empowered robots can be weaponized by bad actors, and students who are not properly motivated can use.
So, knowing this, why aren't we starting by designing against this? Why does this design need to be deployed without taking all of those things into account, right? And the answer to that will be, well, it's got to be profitable.
Use technology as a lazy crutch instead of an empowering learning tool. I worry about that a lot. So I think a lot of things can go wrong with technology, not just...
We need to simulate saving the world before we save the world.
AI could have gone wrong with electricity, with cars, with PC, with internet.
Some of the most powerful CEOs in AI right now have been accused of having God complexes because they seem to think they know what's best for humanity. What do you think of that term?
I think it's dangerous for any individual to think they know better than everybody else. As a CEO, as an entrepreneur, our founding premise is we are here to contribute to the society and to empower people. It's not our position to make every single decision for people.
But isn't that the path we're on? I mean, these are really powerful people.
I think it's too early to tell, Emily. I'm not being naive. I know what you're talking about. I also have my concern. I don't think having God complex is constructive, and I wouldn't want to do that myself.
Well, no shit. No shit, Feifei. No shit, Feifei.
But we have a democratic society. This is another reason I think our civil society should not give up on AI. We need the voices. We need the collective governance. But let's not throw the baby with the bathwater. The governance shouldn't be, let's stop AI, because this is a technology that can discover.
Yeah, this is the dangerous bit. It's like, oh yeah, it can fuck up the whole world, but there is a sliver of hope in this direction. This is the delusion, I guess.
Cure for diseases can empower.
Oh, she's using the cure for fucking cancer again. Sam Altman's methodology.
students and teachers can help our elderly. So that's the baby here. But right now, we are in a very messy period. This is also why I feel personal responsibility to speak the truth I believe in as a scientist and an educator.
Lee has spent her life teaching machines to see. She gave AI its eyes. Now, in her second act, she's trying to give it a world to live in. As the scientist who helped spark the modern AI revolution, perhaps we shouldn't put it past her.
Where is this all going? Where are we in 5 years?
This is where I reveal I'm an optimist. The arch of history is long. I paraphrase Dr. King. I believe it bends towards benevolence. Now, we're not a perfect world of people and community, but 2026 today is better than 2026 BC for the majority of the population. And I think it's because despite all of our dark underbelly, we have it in our DNA. We want our offsprings to live a better life. And we have moral compasses collectively to move the society towards benevolence. My hope is in humanity.
Oh my goodness. I want to show you something now.
Is it true you're obsessed with UFOs?
When I was
Oh gosh. This is where it gets
a
weird.
kid.
Like, have you read the documents they're declassifying?
No. I think it's part of that dreamy curiosity as a kid is what's out there.
Oh fuck. There it is. So this is what's happening with books.
There has been a boom in used book sales, likely driven by AI. Some used and independent bookstores have reported receiving unexpectedly large bulk orders and suspect the books are being scanned to train AI and then destroyed. Now, as part of a new investigative report, 404 Media put a tracking device in one book to figure out where it would end up. Journalist and 404 Media co-founder Emmanuel Myberg wrote about it in a story titled, "We Tracked a Shipment of Rare Books. It Ended at an Amazon AI Training Facility." Emmanuel Myberg joins us now. Emmanuel, thank you for being with us. What made you want to do this experiment, placing a tracking device into a container of used books?
Well, I had been talking to a bookseller who had been in the business for many years. They told me that they suspected, based on the amount of books that were being purchased from them in bulk, that they think AI companies were buying the books, but they couldn't confirm it. The way these books are sold is via these platforms that keep the buyers anonymous. And we just wanted to find out if it was really an AI company. And we found out that it was Amazon.
So the books have to be destroyed for the scanners to efficiently process the pages. Many people, for one, are taking issue with destroying books, but what they're doing is actually legal. Can you explain why they're doing this?
That's a complicated question, but one version of an explanation is they bought the books, they can do what they want with them. There's been a lawsuit from book authors against another AI company called Anthropic, and one of the decisions in that case from the judge was that it was fair use for them to create digital copies of the books if they destroyed the physical copies. That way they're not duplicating the book, which allows them to keep a copy and sell a different copy. And that kind of gives them legal protection to do so. As you said, the main reason to destroy the books is to more efficiently scan them, but there's also a legal incentive to do so.
So what did Amazon say when you reached out to them?
Amazon said that they are in fact using it for AI training. Specifically, they said that they're using it to improve their services, not just AI. We don't know exactly what those services are. We do know that Amazon has a print-on-demand business. They offer ebooks. That could be one reason to scan books. Another reason is...
Sweet, I'm going to break a car I stole and repair it. Fair use.
Is much like Google Books, if people are familiar with that service. There's a feature that allows people to search the content of a book. That's another reason to scan books. But yeah, that was their explanation. They want to make their products better.
Now, when you say scan books, I think a lot of people are curious what exactly that means. Are there gigantic scanning machines where individuals are literally destroying the books and putting the pages into those machines to be scanned in a mass scale?
Scanning dollar bills and burning them?
There are various ways to do this, but the fastest, cheapest way is you receive a book, you cut off the spine of the book, you remove the cover, and then you rapidly feed the individual pages into a scanner. Again, that's the reason they have to destroy the book. You have to cut off the spine, making it useless. There are other ways to do it. Archivists, historians, they also scan books, and they want to do so without destroying the original copy. That takes a longer time. You have to open the book, flip a page, scan the page, flip the other page, and kind of do so carefully. I don't know if that's feasible or not for AI companies, but it's certainly not the ideal way for them to do it.
Can you explain where these facilities are around the country? We saw one with outside it had this logo of a dinosaur.
Yeah, so we don't know exactly how many of these facilities exist. Companies are secretive about this. I think that's because they are competitive with each other, right? There are several companies building these frontier AI models. They don't want to reveal their methods. And then I think it is also, as you said, it's bad press for the AI companies. People really do not like this practice. We know that Anthropic did it because of the lawsuit. We know now, because of our investigation, that Amazon is doing it as well in this facility in Las Vegas. They're doing it in this facility called VGT3, and it is safe to assume that any major AI company has an operation like this as well. Whether they're doing it themselves or outsourcing it to a third party is something that we're investigating.
Emmanuel Myberg, thank you so much.
So yeah, they're taking books and they're fucking it up and burning them. This is a book burning. They're burning books, everybody. It just, I think the constant, this is what I mean, like, it's a race to nowhere. You know, this is not how it should be. Like, what are we racing towards when we're literally burning books because we don't want other people to have them for their AI models? A predator gets employed to remove the book spines, so it could be worse. If they want rare books hidden from society, they should go to the Vatican. What? This is the unsustainable nature of how capitalism works. Like, these models should give, not take, and they're destroying books. Like, what the fuck is this? Oh man. Okay, wait.
Meta is back in court.
We'll go through that in a second. I want us to look at this.
Those who had their information the breach of France's tax office happened in June, but those who had their information stolen only started receiving emails informing them of the cyber attack this week. Many are still in the dark. We identified this retiree as one of the victims and broke the news to her that her phone number, address, and taxable income had been exposed.
Holy shit!
It really bothers me that my name and everything,
Sacre bleu!
All the information about me is out there like this for everyone to see. We should have been informed about this as quickly as possible. I just can't.
French people in chat, did I get that right?
Understand the reason for this delay.
The tax office is just one public service targeted by hackers. Government ministries, health services, and even a prison were also hit. Some internet users have started poking fun with the hashtag France Passoire, using the French word for sieve, that leaky household item.
Sacre bleu!
In the face of criticism for a lack of security, the government has admitted there were failures.
I want to offer our apologies. Yes, we apologize.
This cybersecurity expert points to serious security flaws prior to the hack, such as no requirement for two-factor authentication for staff to log in.
We all shop online, and most of the time, you still get a 4 or 6-digit code on your phone to confirm it's really you. We should have the same safeguards built into these systems. And once again, it turns out that wasn't the case.
A pair of hackers known as Zero Bytes has claimed responsibility for several of the breaches. We managed to reach them by text message and asked how many more data leaks they planned. We'll see, they said, adding, "It's no fun if I reveal it ahead of time." The Paris prosecutor's office has opened an investigation on charges of fraudulent data extraction and criminal conspiracy.
Oh, Hassan refugees, welcome. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of refugees. Hello. We're gonna talk about this this Meta situation because it's quite bad. What Meta has done. Hopefully, $1 trillion in the hole for Meta would be great, I feel. Why states claim Meta designed addictive features for children? I mean, we know this is true. But Meta's going to try and weasel its way out. I can't believe that it's taken this long.
Meta is back in court, this time facing allegations that it knowingly designed Instagram and Facebook to keep children and teenagers hooked, even as it learned about the potential harm to their mental health. Attorneys general from California, Colorado, Kentucky, and New Jersey are seeking changes to how Meta operates its platforms and roughly $200 billion in penalties. They're part of a larger group of 29 states that sued the tech giant over child safety and privacy. The other states will go to trial later. The states argue Meta designed its apps to, quote, hook the users, hold them for as long as they can, harvest their data, and hide the truth from the public. A Meta spokesperson called those claims unsubstantiated, saying the company stands by its record of protecting minors on their platforms. For more, we're joined by Bloomberg tech reporter Alexandra Levine, who's been covering this trial. Alexandra, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So Meta and other social media companies have faced similar allegations. They've gone to trial before. How is this trial different?
Yeah, well, we've been hearing about alleged harms to children through social media for so many years at this point. I think what makes this moment very different is that in the past, a lot of the focus has been on the content posted to the platforms and how that content could be harmful. Right now, the focus is mainly on product design. So how the actual products of Instagram and Facebook have been built to, as the state attorney general has alleged, to keep children hooked and to harm them.
Why are there refugees from Hassan when Hassan is still alive? What's happening? Is he playing games or something? Oh, I see. Oh, it's the outro. Right. Gotcha.
Certain design features, and these are deep-seated business practices that are integral to both of the platforms. But I think the difference between the content posted and the product design is a key difference. The other key difference here, of course, is that in addition to seeking monetary penalties, the state AGs would like to see injunctive relief measures, which would actually fundamentally change the way that the platforms operate.
So tell us more about those design features. I mean, when the states say that Meta literally designed its products to be addictive for minors, what kind of features are they talking about?
What kind of features? Targeted ads, games, slop, stuff that would make them feel self-conscious. We care about people. The company that directly influenced the Rohingya genocide. Yeah, the Rohingya genocide. We should check this out. How Facebook influenced the Rohingya genocide at some stage. Because it amplified all the worst people in Myanmar heavily.
We're, of course, talking about the algorithm, but we're also talking about certain features like infinite scroll, which keep people just continuously scrolling. There are certain features that have to do with likes being displayed. There's features that have to do with push notifications that are going off at all hours of the day and the night when children are supposed to be sleeping. There are data collection practices. These are all part of the actual design issues that the state AGs are pointing out with the platforms.
Well, as part of
Can I just say that this lady has incredibly attractive eyes? Like, I don't know what it is, but I'm just kind of looking at them and I'm like completely. I feel like she's been planted for that reason. Like, incredibly. Oh my goodness.
Of their defense in this trial, Meta said in a
They're
written
so
statement
huge.
this. They say, we're proud of our record in protecting teens on our platforms and the amount of effort we've put into developing protections over the years, even before these cases were ever filed, and continue
Mesmerizing.
to the present day. So, Alexander, what do we know about those protections? What do they point towards?
We know that there's certain default privacy protections for minors, that there are restrictions on accounts for people under the
Beware the white woman, Noisy. Straight up. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love you, chat. I love you, chat.
the age of 18 that wouldn't exist if you sign up for a regular adult account on some of these platforms. But one of the things that keeps coming up is that so many people under the age of 18 are signing up for platforms using fake birthdays. And what Meta has
Some of our strongest warriors have fallen this way. I wouldn't want that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, Lula. Wow.
said is that age verification is really not a Meta-only problem. This is an industry-wide problem, and therefore, because they have all these other protections that they say they've worked hard to build, that they should not be penalized for an industry-wide problem. That's really more about all platforms struggling to keep people who are underage off of the platforms and protecting them in that way.
So we know what the states are arguing here. We've seen what Meta and other social media platforms have argued. What does the research actually show when it comes to the harm that social media can cause for children?
It's an interesting question because Meta has repeatedly pointed to research saying that there is no scientific link between mental health harms and social media. Mental health harm.
Let's not completely pick this person apart, okay? Wonder how many of these kids are from divorced parents. Guys, stop. I apologize for saying this person had attractive eyes. I apologize.
Harms of teens and social media. But I think on the other side, you have advocates, you've got critics who are pointing to what they say is actually a growing body of evidence showing that being on screens all day and that being hooked via an algorithm is actually very dangerous, especially for a growing and developing mind. So I think it sort of depends who you ask, and there's research on both sides.
As a blue-eyed person, I can say that blue eyes creep me the fuck out. Yeah. We've lost our streamer. Pack it up. Stop. Stop, everybody. Oh, my gosh. Can't keep your kid off Facebook if they're only with you half the time. Yeah.
that I think, you keep hearing thrown around in a lot of these debates going back several years.
So briefly, before I let you go, Alexander, what exactly is at stake here for Meta?
I think that the potential price tag on this trial.
Hey, I'm allowed to say this, by the way, because whenever Amber's on like Instagram, all I'm seeing is like half-naked dudes cooking food. Like, what the fuck is that? Why are these dudes cooking food half-naked? Why are they fingering the dough? Why are they fingering the fucking potato? Like, what's happening? What the fuck? They're slapping the dough and shit. Oh, what's going on?
Has captured a lot of attention. So Meta has come out to say that they could face a penalty as high as $1.4 trillion, which is a remarkable number when you look at the fact that Meta's market value is 1.5.
Thirst trap plus hangry. Capitalism is innovation. Brilliant.
Trillion. And then we've heard from one of the lawyers for the state AGs that the number.
I was like horrified. Like, I feel bad for the food. Bro, you know what you got to do? Oh, my... Sean, stop it! Folks!
Number is actually closer to 200 billion, which, to put that in perspective, is roughly equal to Meta's revenue from last year. Either way, it's an enormous number, and I think that just the financial stakes here have finally started to catch the attention of not only the public but also Meta investors. But even beyond the potential financial penalty here, I think the prospect of Meta having to...
The cooking stream is starting to make sense? No, okay? My mother is behind the camera explaining to me how to do this. It's completely family friendly. I prefer the wood chopping guy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. She organizes her books by color too.
Rework, rebuild, change the way that its most popular and stickiest platforms have been built to work. This is the way they worked for many years, and obviously, you know, they have evolved.
Not gonna lie, I've watched a couple of wood chopping guys videos. Okay, there's something about male energy on wood.
They have improved, they have advanced, AI has changed a lot of things. But for Meta to have to go back and fundamentally change the DNA of its most popular products, I think would potentially even be more of a threat to the company than any kind of financial.
They're trying to combine all the needs from the lowest tiers of Maslow's pyramid of needs. Wood chopping and restoring / fixing videos are cocaine catnip for me. Or the carpet cleaning videos, man. Number one, they are making the carpet dirty themselves, okay? They're making the carpets dirty themselves. Wood is the most rare substance in the universe. No, I think human flesh could be rarer. That tamarind chutney was delish. Say thank you to the camera lady. I will. Oh my gosh, Auntie Wash, did you actually make it? Nice. It's all cyber Puritan code, carpet, wood, cooking, etc. Alien termites could be messing with the algorithm.
Award would be.
All right, that is Bloomberg tech reporter Alexandra Levine joining us tonight. Alexandra, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Sure, if you want to commodify human flesh. I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying. Okay, talking about capitalism and the exploitative nature of capitalism, the More Perfect Union released this video about Uber, and oh my goodness, I've read the description of it. I'm pretty excited to watch this. I just heard rarest substance, and I thought liberal values. Yes, and even better the next day. Oh, that's awesome, Auntie Wash. I'll let my mom know that you prepared it. That's really good to know. Now, this is a wood chop. Am I gonna be? Is this Toz?
The House of Valentine presents the Wood Chop.
And a very big day in the Valentine Wood Chop because this is the championship final.
Oh, my clothes brush.
And we've got the 4 best axemen in the land to contest it. From Airport West, doing well in the semis, Norm Meyer. Welcome back, Norm. A tree harvester from Kurrajong is Steve Reese. Welcome to the final, Steve. Now, the man who's won this title on 7 occasions, an axe maker from Broadford, Martin O'Toole. And making up the foursome, winner of the last 2 championships, another great axeman, a tree lopper from Doncaster, Lawrence O'Toole. Gentlemen, good luck. Remember, you are not to start
back when white participants won the competition, yeah.
Until the count of 3. For that count, for this final, here once again is the voice of Jack O'Toole.
Axeman, ready, go. 1, 2, 3.
Away on 3, with perhaps the slowest to start being Lawrence O'Toole, but he's won it 7 times. Martin O'Toole looking to make it 3 in a row. Steve Reese and Norm Meyer making up the foursome. This could test Norm Meyer as Lawrence O'Toole is first around. Second is Martin O'Toole. Steve Reese has just gone and Norm Meyer has been the fourth to turn.
Behold the master.
Got to get Lawrence O'Toole though. He's looking for a record 8th championship win. Martin O'Toole is going to be the threat. He's clear of Steve Reese and Norm Meyer. You won't catch Lawrence O'Toole. What a performance. What a performance for Lawrence O'Toole. In fact, that's his third consecutive win. Too good for Martin O'Toole. Steve Reese third and Norm Meyer in fourth position. But
okay, but this is not. I'd be scared to chop off my foot. Guys, this is not the wood chopping guy, okay? The wood chopping guy is next level. Hands up if you've seen the wood chopping guy or great way to lose a toe. I think great way to lose your foot below your ankles, you know? Above your ankles, I should say. You should check out Forged in Fire. Do they follow this with sheep shearing? Because I saw Berber do it and they're way better. Who's going to clean up that mess? Who's going to clean up that mess? Grandma Pinky! I'd be scared if our wood people are your wood people. Is the internet world that small? Lula, do you have wood people? Do you have wood people? Geez, the Americans can turn anything into a sport. Totally. Yeah, those axes wouldn't even slow down your ankle. Yo, Lava! Oh, working from home? Nice. I'll just have Robot do it and head for a jog. Will it kill? Forged in Fire. I have a wood guy. Did you need some wood? How many of us have a wood guy? I don't actually have a wood guy. Amber probably has a wood guy, but yeah. She's got cooking guys. She's got food guys. Have you seen the V8 powered chainsaw competition? No.
Everything is expensive right now, but the ride you take to work, to the airport, home from the bar, that's climbing higher than almost anything. Uber's CEO was asked where that money's going.
Well, I think it is about inflation. Our drivers need to make a living.
And maybe he's right. So check. Pull up a fare and do the math. The problem is you can't check. Since 2022, Uber uses an algorithm.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Oh, shit. Nailed it. First try.
No one outside the company can see to set wages and fares. In 2024, I ran an experiment with 7 drivers. Different pay for the same rides.
Yeah, I think Thorin Bradley is in there somewhere. I've heard that name before.
Uber said we got it wrong. In 2026, Consumer Reports tested the other side. 174 riders. Same trip, different prices, fake promotions. Uber said they got it wrong. Drivers have been pulling receipts.
Gosh, it is.
Not 7, not 174, millions. But one driver noticed charges that don't add up the way they should. Same driver, same ride, different charges.
So somebody's getting rich off of it? Not me, not the passenger.
Every one of those charges comes up.
Paul Kirtley's another. Okay, list out, folks. I need to know all of your wood guys. Post the names in chat with your wood guys, please. We've got Thorin Bradley. We've got Paul Kirtley.
Out of the same place.
Woody Woodpecker.
The fare you pay.
Paul
So
Bunyan?
I started to investigate.
That's not a real name. That's not a real... Paul Bunyan? Hacksaw Jim Duggan?
And it led me places I never expected. An Ivy League business school, a little-known insurance company in Hawaii, and an amendment to a transportation bill. None of it looks connected, but it all ends up on the same receipt. Yours.
I would say that Uber driving is the best job I've ever had.
Levi Spires used to be an accountant. Now he drives for Uber.
There's a sense of freedom to it that I never got making Excel spreadsheets or PowerPoint presentations or anything else like that.
He analyzes every trip he takes on a spreadsheet. Old habits. column by column, it doesn't add up the way it should. I met him outside of Ithaca, where we matched for a ride to the Syracuse airport.
So how many times do you think you've driven to that airport?
I've probably driven to the Syracuse airport 500 times.
For a year and a half, Levi drove
UE reaction.
Drove this route
Oh,
nearly
UE erection. Oh my god. Oh
100 times.
My god.
For this sample, riders paid a median fare of about $121. Levi's cut before tips around $63. Except some trips paid him $51, others paid $90.
So there was no rhyme or reason why the pay was the pay.
No,
Not even surge pricing. The swings didn't immediately map to anything he could see.
I love efficiency. I enjoy variable pricing. I don't think it's a horribly immoral type of thing.
Levi was just trying to figure out which rides to accept, and he ended up stumbling on something bigger.
I think the most compelling piece of information that came out of it for everybody else was the commercial auto insurance.
Commercial auto insurance. 3 words designed to make you stop watching, which is exactly why they matter so much. Most states require commercial insurance for companies that carry passengers. It pays when things go wrong, crashes, injuries, lawsuits. When Uber explains rising fares and falling pay, this is the cost they keep on bringing up.
These inflated costs are passed directly to the people who rely on rideshare to get to work, to school, to doctor's appointments, and they're cutting into the earnings of drivers who keep our platform moving.
Riders pay it in, the booking fee, part of the fare. Uber collects it out of the driver's cut. And it's not a nickel or dime.
In Los Angeles County, up to 45% of every fare goes to government-mandated insurance.
That's the claim. Insurance is a hidden cost driving up your fare and pulling down driver pay. According to Uber, it's roughly 20% of the fare across the nation. Commercial insurance is expensive, but if the fee is what Uber says it is, it should track what insurance does. Risk.
This was like the exact same ride over and over and over again on the same road, over and over and over again.
Sometimes Uber charged Levi $13.75 for insurance. Other times, $50.
It's lost the narrative, right? That's not the point of insurance.
For the year, Levi estimates around $20,000 of his fares goes towards commercial car insurance through Uber.
So somebody's getting rich off of it? I don't know who. Not me. Yeah. Not the passenger.
Levi's spreadsheet landed with Len Sherman, PhD in transportation economics from MIT, decades advising the transportation industry, now Columbia Business School.
Well, I've always been fascinated with Uber. It earned the dubious distinction of having lost more money than any company, any startup in history until OpenAI came along. And now it's turned into a money-making machine.
By the time I got to Manhattan, he'd already ran the numbers on Levi's airport data.
The variance in the commercial insurance rate charge on those 100+ trips varied even more than the price and pay that the drivers and riders are experiencing. And that struck me as odd. That's not how insurance is supposed to work. People with essentially the same type of risk profile should be charged the same amount of premiums.
Len's team tested everything that should move an insurance rate.
The year of the trip, did that impact the
No.
fee? The day of the week?
Nope.
The timing of the trip?
Nope.
The service type?
Nope.
What did impact the fee?
2 factors and 2 factors alone, the price of the trip and the driver pay of the trip.
Charge more for the ride, and the insurance goes up with it. Not the risk, the price. Uber disputes this. The company says the fee is based on a trip's risk profile, and that Sherman's analysis is wrong. We'll lay out their full response a bit later. But for this data, the numbers move with the money. Where does it go? Len showed me a chart that may have an answer. Built from data Uber itself provided, 50,000 rides across 3 drivers. This is one driver's history. The pattern holds for all 3. The green line is what you pay for a ride.
The red line, the driver pay, seemed to be moving in lockstep, and that's not a coincidence. There was a fixed proportion that drivers would keep 80 to 85% of what the rider paid.
In 2014, Uber said it out loud, promising drivers 80% of each fare. Then came a new CEO and an IPO to prepare for.
For us, the path to profitability isn't theoretical.
And a stock award worth about $100 million if he could increase the company's value. He needed margins.
He slashed driver pay almost overnight by 30 to 35% across the country. You could see the impact in that red line falling off a cliff.
The space opening up between those lines has a name. The take rate. or Uber's cut.
And it jumped from 15% to almost 40% almost overnight. And as you could see towards the end of the chart, are now exceeding 50%. More than half of what you pay as a rider is going to Uber rather than the driver. 50% take rate sort of threshold kind of now passes into the realm of embarrassment. Oh, it doesn't sound good that we're taking more than half.
But 50% is not the number Uber gives the public.
They claim their take rate is under 20%.
50 reported as 20. So where is it hiding? Let me show you. Here's another of Levi's rides to the airport. It's an extreme example. The rider paid $47.21. Taxes and surcharges, $5.96. Levi earned $9.20. Uber's cut, 18%. Just like they say. That's $23.75, barely half the fare. The other half, $23.46, is a single line item. Uber labels it commercial insurance and operating expenses. It's believed that fee is mostly insurance. But who insures Uber, a company with $52 billion in revenue running 11 billion trips a year?
On September 27, 2021, James River Insurance Company entered into a loss portfolio transfer reinsurance agreement with Aleca Insurance.
Jamie Court is the president of Consumer Watchdog. He's been studying insurance markets for years.
Well, Aleca Insurance is a wholly owned subsidiary of Uber, and its sole purpose is to self-fund Uber's insurance system. It is nothing more than a department of Uber, if you look at it that way.
A captive insurer in Hawaii.
Captive insurer is an insurance company that is owned by one company to service that one company's insurance claims.
Board of directors entirely current or former Uber executives.
Wow.
95% of premiums stay inside Uber. Captive insurers are legal, common even. Lyft runs one, also in Hawaii. But this one raises a real question. Why does an insurance fee set by the company collecting it seemingly track price and not risk? That question may have an easy answer.
All we need to see is their books, a basic profit loss statement.
But it's impossible to get from the outside.
Every other insurance company in America has to publish how much they pay out in claims, how much they take in premiums. Aleca doesn't have to do any of that because its only customer is Uber, and Uber controls Aleca.
When asked for comment, Uber told us Sherman is wrong, that the fee tracks risk and includes factors like origin city, distance, duration, time of day, and weather. Sherman's analysis controlled for these, or close proxies. The fee still swung from $13.75 to $50, and the only thing it tracked was the fare and the driver's pay. But back to Uber's statement. Uber said its books are externally audited, that some outside insurers price its risk even higher, and that running its own insurance, quote, allows us to decrease the cost of insurance and the associated fees charged to riders. We don't have access to Uber's data and books, but that last claim we can check. Lower insurance costs, lower fees. That's the promise. Uber has spent years and millions in state houses trying to deliver the first half. Last fall, California gave it to them.
If an uninsured motorist hits you now, the most that Uber is responsible for your injuries is $60,000. Previously, it was responsible for a policy for $1 million.
A 94% cut to what Uber owes if someone gets hurt. You already heard the case they made for it.
They said the cost of insurance has gone up. They didn't say they were charging themselves for insurance. Otherwise, the legislature would have asked to see their books and see how much their insurance costs actually were.
What was passing that bill worth to Uber?
It's right in their proxy statement.
There's been legal rulings to say that Uber drivers are not contractors; they're actually employees.
Statement. They
in New Zealand
pay
anyway.
The executives specifically for success on this specific piece of legislation. It says passage of SB 371.
Uber disputes this characterization. They told us that executive compensation is not tied to specific initiatives, but to, quote, broad-based insurance reform efforts, and that the company will continue to unapologetically pursue insurance reform, especially where we see lawsuit abuse that raises prices for consumers. Now, the fight is going national.
Uber got an 11th hour amendment on the Friday before Memorial Day weekend.
The amendment would override state law. It reclassifies Uber as a digital network and ultimately shifts liability above $1 million to the driver, unless Uber was grossly negligent or criminal. And it's retroactive. Survivors and advocates warn it could shield Uber from the 3,600 sexual assault lawsuits it already faces. As of publication, it's still in the bill. If it passes, will driver pay rise and fares fall? We already know the answer. In California, the rideshare industry's insurance cost fell, and Uber executives predicted what would happen next.
A targeted fix to a problem that's quietly making rideshare more expensive for millions of riders.
A gig worker data company tracked what happened across the rideshare industry. In the western region, where California accounts for the majority of the rides, insurance costs dropped 20%. Rider fares increased 3%, while driver pay rose 1%. Insurance got cheaper, your ride didn't.
All the benefit essentially flows to Uber. That's all part of a consistent pattern.
Uber contends that Gridwise's analysis does not reflect rising insurance costs, and California riders are on track to save hundreds of millions in reduced booking fees. So let's step back. The insurance fee Uber blames for your high fare and low driver pay is a number Uber sets, and independent analysis suggests it moves with the money, not the risk. Where that fee goes is a debate. The books are sealed. Uber says they're audited, that nothing is wrong. Back in the car, Levi's thinking about his passengers.
I did an Uber ride last week, and she makes a quarter more than minimum wage. She's spending like $40 on an Uber to get to work. Now this is a short-term thing. Hopefully she solves it.
She pays the fare and the fee. Levi just drives.
Many things can be true at once. I like being an Uber driver. I'm glad the service that Uber provides. Commercial auto insurance, pretty fishy. Yeah, I'm just going to continue to be the best driver I can be. Give the safest, most professional rides, and hopefully earn a little bit of money.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. If you want to support our journalism so we can create more videos like this one, join our membership program as a paid YouTube subscriber.
This is so shocking and not shocking. They're fucking their own people. Like, these drivers, I wonder if these drivers have the ability to go on strike. I know in New York, Mamdani is making some changes. Mamdani is making some changes, but, man, this is so exploitative. They are taking these people to town. I feel so bad for these drivers. It's insanely sad to see them being exploited like this. Honestly. It's definitely pricey in Chicago. What the fuck is going on? Like, how is this not regulated? I pay $220 a month for car insurance with a clean driving record, and I'm over 40. That's Merca, baby! Yo! Hey, so I've been thinking about what we found out about Austin's show yesterday. Austin's show. Remember, we spoke about it yesterday. He had this whole show on Twitch where he pretended to be Raj, an Indian guy. And he did it for like he did it for ages, didn't he? He did it for ages. I had a good think about how I really feel. I had a good think about how I really feel. And I think that's very racist. I think that is extremely racist. Like, I've tried, because I watch this dude, right? Like, I watch him on Hassan's, I watch this guy on Hassan's Fear and all of this. Like, I love this dude. This guy's awesome. Or at least I thought. And then I found out yesterday that he spent like 10 years pretending to be some Indian guy on Twitch. The evasiveness around it, the aversion to heartfelt, meaningful apologies. Yeah. Like, what is this? His twink BF is eons better. Yeah, and oh yeah, it's ages. And he's got like a channel. Let me show you guys. yeah, here we go. So he used to run a show called Raj Chilla. Raj Chilla, which is like The Bachelor. 7 years ago this was. And he basically pretended to be like this Indian dude. And he would get heaps of views. And so he just kept going.
Whoops. Roll that down. There we are. Okay. Let's go talk to your Raj Chiller first here. 1 second. All right. All right. Hey, Raj Chiller. Hey. Yo, what's up? Yo, put on your fucking camera, man. Show him what you look like. Come on. No need to be shy.
I cannot hear this.
Some folk will never eat skunk, but then again, some folk will like Cletus the slack-jawed yokel.
Does this mean imagine if I was like in the back. Imagine if like I had some AI channel and it was just my voice. And all I was doing was organizing shows with like an accent like Cletus's dad. You know, it's like, God dang! Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. And all it was about was like touching cousins and drinking moonshine. You know? And then people found out I was like this brown dude, this Indian dude doing this. Cause my MAGA accent is pretty fucking good. Yeah, whites will definitely get offended. Like, imagine the backlash I'll get. They try and ruin my life. Man, grab the goddamn shake. Cletus has his own song? Yeah. Looks like it. Guys, I'm not feeling good about this. Am I being some sort of prima donna? Am I being some sort of prima donna here?
Need to be shy, all right? There you go. Hey, there you are. Hey, what's cooking? Good looking.
Well, hold on, I didn't put on my suit.
Oh shit! You have a suit?
Yeah, I got a George suit.
Oh my God! You're echoing a little. You're echoing a little.
Hold on, let me find that video we watched yesterday. Oh yeah, here we go. This one.
And I'm actually a vocalist myself, so it's so nice to see somebody with a beautiful talent. You know what I mean? It's
thank you. I would love to hear you sing as well.
It's so beautiful. Well, I'm pretty known for my falsetto and everything like that. So,
yeah.
I mean, what do you want to hear? I mean, you want me to sing you some Chandelier? I mean, I've got a few people in here that might know. So let me introduce myself, because it's like you don't even know who I am, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay,
really
so
know.
I'm a RuneScape streamer.
Oh, okay, cool.
I stream RuneScape. I've got a few followers. That's not a big deal or anything. But it's just like I stream a little bit. I used to run a show called TT Tuesdays. Twitch didn't like it, so they shut it down.
Titty Tuesdays?
Huh?
Titty Tuesdays?
No, TT.
Oh,
Tuesdays.
TT. Why didn't Twitch like it?
Well, sometimes I guess they don't like. It was Titty Tuesday. We called it TT Tuesday.
Okay.
We used to bring on girls. In fact, if it was still in, you would be a top candidate for Titty Tuesday. It was an amazing stream. And nobody else, actually, I got kind of banned, but it was amazing. It ran for 18 weeks. We had beautiful girls on there like yourself. And see that emote, the Raj TT? That is the old emote for TT Tuesday.
Okay.
But yeah, amazing. So yeah, we used to have a great time. But it got a little too sexual, so they said, not enough of that. Too much of that. So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't feel good about it. I really liked Austin's show. You know, I thought he was a funny dude. And then I reflected on this last night, as I do with many things that happen during our live shows. And I know people would have come here from Hassan's live as well, so I don't mind if you don't think my opinion is valid. But this is racist shit. Like, the thing about this that I hope Austin understands is by making this go viral, which it was for a long time apparently, is that he probably perpetuated racism on the internet towards Indian people. He probably amplified this caricature and this sort of thing online. Like, that's the bit here that in my thought process, I was like, okay, what am I angry about here? What am I angry about? Is it Austin show and The Voice in particular? I think a lot of caricatures have been made of the accent before, so I'm okay with the caricature. But you couldn't even see Austin anyway, right? Like, so if you heard this person, you may actually have thought this person was Indian. But the thing that pisses me off about this, it was a white dude doing an Indian accent and then convincing people. And this apparently went viral, guys. Like, this was massive apparently in Twitch early days. So he perpetuated racism against Indian people online by making this famous. So the damage isn't just that. The damage he did isn't just the immediate, like he is racist. Like, you can apologize your way out of that. The damage he did is actually a lot wider. It's like he created an ecosystem of racism against Indian people with this caricature. I wonder if he understands that. We did read what his apology statement was, and it was very underwhelming. Article was like white streamer. Yeah, this one. So let me read it. White Twitch talk show host finally drops Raj Patel moniker. Raj Patel is one of the better known names on Twitch. He hosts the wildest, most popular ongoing reality TV-like shows on the platform, including The Raj Chiller, a low-budget streamer take on The Bachelor, The Raj Royale, a dramatic debate show. From now on, however, he's simply going by his real first name, Austin. Hold up, guys. Just one second. In a tweet longer posted yesterday, Austin, who is not Indian, chalked the rebrand up to the change in values over the years. Raj Patel began as an offensive caricature with a faux Indian accent in 2013, and though Austin gradually stripped away the accent and even the Patel portion of the name in recent years, he still regretted his choice of persona. Over the past few years, and particularly in the last few months, I've grown a lot as a person. Part of that has meant being open and honest about my personal life and background, but along with that comes some painful realities about things from my past I do differently, Austin wrote, referencing everything happening in the world right now and how it's encouraged him to share what he's learned with his fans. When I look back on myself in 2013, I was ignorant and approached the Raj character as an actor. I had a big group of friends in the Indian community and thought that meant that I understood the consequences and history of choices I made on camera. Although I was never designed to be insensitive or harmful, I know that is exactly what it was. I should never have named myself Raj or taken on this character. Yeah, oh no, this is the whole thing. He was doing the whole character. He went on to say that he feels like it's his responsibility as a character to ensure that his viewers feel included. He apologized to those he made feel unwelcome. For those of you who were impacted personally, the South Asian and Indian community, I would like to give you what is long overdue. I'm sorry. As a white man of privilege, I will never be able to understand the struggle and hardships that people of color go through every day, and my words and actions have the power to add to that experience. I understand this now. This, he said, is the end result of conversations with friends and colleagues from the Indian community who took the time to educate him. Although it was never designed to be insensitive or harmful, I know now that is exactly what it was. I should never have named myself Raj or taken on this character. I don't know, man. Like, does he realize how much anti-Indian bigotry he may have set off because of this? Like, he can walk away and rely on his white privilege to sort of keep him up and running, but Indian people can't walk away from their Indianness or hide from it, or neither do Indian people want to hide from it. But this guy has created potentially pylons on a number of people. Who knows what damage that's done personally? Who knows what damage that's done personally to so many fucking people? The amount of bigotry this guy has amplified. How the fuck is this a thing? Did he make amends with the money you made all that time? Money he made all that time? Or this statement? I think it was just a statement. And the thing to say, I had loads of Indian friends when I was doing it, is like, look, man, it's an apology. Great. I think the global South is so used to fucking getting apologies from the West. It's like all white people do is apologize after doing some of the most absurdly fucking horrific shit. And then it's like, oh, at least he apologized for it, you know? Hey, what the fuck is this? Isn't this just a hate crime? Like, how do we not consider this a hate crime? A guy going online, caricaturing Indian people, probably setting off loads of, like, abuse and backlash against Indian people online. Why isn't this guy being done for hate crimes? I'm sick of fucking apologies, bro. Like, there has to be a legal fucking consequence for this shit. Like, imagine if something like this was done about a Jewish person or a Catholic person or something like it would be absolute. It would be in all media. It would be like that person would be completely destroyed. But I don't want to destroy this person socially. I want them to face like legal consequences for perpetuating hate crimes. Okay, can we at least label it a hate crime? Like, does this qualify as a hate crime? Like, he did it for years, right? Like, it wasn't like a one episode thing. He did it for years. He perpetuated this. And I just wonder how many Indian people online have now been bullied and abused because of them watching this fucking shit. Dr. Ade got publicly lynched, and this guy, I mean, I don't want to lynch this guy. Like, fuck that. I just want him to get, like, legally speaking, this feels like a hate crime. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to start unpacking this. This is going to be uncomfortable for me in particular. That might be a bit far for me. Legal consequences. And I hate that guy. You mean you don't think it's a hate crime, Lula? I feel like this type of thing should have an option for class action lawsuits, but I doubt that will ever happen. Like, we're in a modern day here, right? Like, if you're going to caricature, do it in context. And have the balls to, like, show your face. I have always found him annoying, but I never figured him... Like, I like him. I actually like this dude. Like, I watched this guy on Fear and I think he's incredible. I feel like this type of thing should have... Like, caricature... Also, like, The other thing about caricatures, guys, it's not something that you use it. You use it, but you have to use it sparingly, right? It shouldn't become the identity of what you do. That's what caricatures are, in a sense, like, especially in this comedic sort of thing. Like, we've got Cletus here, but you don't see me doing the whole show in Cletus. Like, when I see something obviously racist, I'll pull this up and do a MAGA accent. Do a MAGA accent is crazy. But he didn't just use the caricature. He, like, sparingly, he used it as his identity. I've never found him funny, to be honest, and I'm a fan of Will and Hassan and Cutie. I never like Austin much, but now I like him even less. But Hank Pecker playing this Turkish Hassan guy is okay. It's a bit much. Most of the white celebs I like end up being Zio's, racist, or both. Like, man, I honestly, like, if you ask Austin, right, if you went, do you think you'll ever comprehend the amount of damage you did to people online? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to prove it, right? I think there is. It could be done with Twitter data, for sure. Like hate crimes in Twitter data, and the show gaining popularity. I mean, if you look at the chat, Lula, like you've got that emoji that got removed from Twitch, the one with the what do you call it? The turban. Like that's what you see in his videos. Is just the turban emojis. Not just online though, it starts there and spreads into real lives. I feel like I heard about this for a day, then people dropped it. Are people talking about it again? Nah, I just found out about it yesterday, Steady Medley. I found out about it yesterday. And I'm a big fan of Fear and. Like, I listened to their podcast. And yesterday on the stream, it got bought out when we were talking about a particular subject. What should we do, guys? Should we give a fuck about this, move on? Or should we look a little bit deeper into what this thing was? I've only seen 2 or 3 videos. What do you guys want to do? Oh yeah. Nah, let's just cancel him. Yeah, the reason why this was bought out was because there's another person who in my chat, Akur Demo, who they've been running an investigation on this lady. Thank you, my close brush. Yeah, I'll leave soon. What was her name? French streamer. French streamer. I can't remember, but there's a French streamer who's gone viral for pretending to be an Arab woman. So they're this really famous streamer, French streamer on Twitch, and last week they apologized on X because they got caught impersonating an Arab woman. Emodem, yes, Emodem. Yeah, Emodem. 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 Yeah, this one. The French left-wing Twitch streamer Emodem Vod admitted to using a secret secondary account to pose as an Arab and Muslim woman. Under this fake identity, she posted thousands of messages complaining about Islamophobia, claiming a veiled mother and an Algerian father under an OQTF, and attacking rival streamers. She later apologized after being exposed online. So we were talking about this, and then it was Biodegradable who mentioned mentioned Austin and what he was doing, and then the chat evolved into that. Yeah, Austin show. What do we do, guys? What do we do? Yeah, Raj. I just feel like if we go down this line, people like Hassan and Austin will just accuse me of trying to get views or something. But I'm deeply upset. I'm very upset about this because I gave Fear and a lot of time, and I didn't realize this was the case. I don't know. How about we just think about it, eh? How about we just think about it and see what to do? But it's upsetting me. I think leave it noisy. There are bigger battles to fight. Fuck it. You deserve you. Nah, man. Man. I know. Like, I feel deeply that this would have created hate. This would have created... I probably won't be able to prove it, but knowing Twitter Spaces, knowing how many views this has gotten, knowing how much he pushed it, I'm sure this would have increased the amount of bullying and hate online. There's no doubt about it. Like, I mean, look at people like that Papalu Papito guy. Whatever that guy is, the Indian dude, the actual Indian dude who does comedy. Like, he's ruined the lives of so many fucking Indian people. I feel it directly resulted in big balls and what he said on Twitter. I can't repeat what he said. Yeah, I mean, anti-black racism, anti-Indian racism. You know, these things are very linked, and they go viral because it's easy, right? Blackface is easy, brown face is easy, brown voice is easy, fucking Indian voice. This is all easy shit. This is easy. Easy bigotry, easy wins, easy clicks. What we really need is more white people who are willing to call this out because, like you said, if you speak out, then people might accuse you of farming content. But if a white person says, everyone will be like, so true, we need to do better. iDubbbz is probably one of the worst too. Yeah, the thing is, like, if you bring this shit up, then you get involved in all of that streamer fucking bullshit. Like, I don't have the... I'm 40 years old, bro. Like, I'll probably... Like, I don't have the energy that these people do, you know? They'll start making fucking... Like, that lady who fucking clipped my stream. That fragile fucking lady on Twitch who clipped my stream the other day. Because... I said that instead of reading books, white women reading books in their book clubs with cut men and donkey cocks, you should probably read books about racism. While we were watching a thing about... clip it. While we were watching a thing about white fragility, okay? What topics did he debate in this grift? Anyway, guys, I'm so deeply like I was caught so off guard, and I wouldn't have given a fuck if this was like a right-wing guy, Charlie Kirk style guy. But often the most hurtful things that are done are people who say that they're on your side, And to me, this is a great example of white leftism in so many different ways. And I watched some of that Juice Gang shit. A streamer named Leaping Larry is their leader. Laney mods for him. I see. Anyway, guys, like, I think let's choose to stay the fuck out of this. But if people want to pull us into this shit, I'm game. Like, I didn't know how to deal with this stuff early on, but if anyone wants to fuck with this community, I am ready. But let's not bring it on unnecessarily. Like, I still have to... Don't you come for Leaping Larry? I love that dude. This is what I mean. It's just like you start doing this shit and then... Anyway. They're obsessed with North Korea. Curious how they feel now. I'm on mobile and can't provide a raid target. All good. I got it. Hey, who do we want to raid? Shall we raid Cinemarxism? I haven't raided Cinemarx. Oh. Who can we raid? I don't dislike him. I just think it's ridiculous to praise authoritarian governments. Yeah. This is a bit of white leftism there, isn't it? It's the lack of understanding of oppression and liberation. Hey, do you know this lady named Enemy Charlie? This lady named Enemy Charlie, I think she's pretty good. She does a lot of debates and stuff, but I think she's feminist. I haven't raided her before. Maybe we can raid her. The Snizzler? What's the Snizzler? Lula, what the fuck is the Snizzler? Enemy Charlie is the Snizzler? Oh, really? Nora Tamo? What does Nora Tamo do? I like her most viral moment. Let's raid Enemy Charlie today because I haven't raided Enemy Charlie before. I'm gonna raid Enemy Charlie. Okay, let's just do it. Something a bit different. You don't know the Snizzler? Wow. What are we talking about anymore, folks? Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. I'll catch you guys soon, okay? I'll take a break. He made Charlie in a Joker suit with vaginas instead of... Thank you so much, everyone. Please take care. Enjoy the raid. LOL, look it up. It's a golden moment. I will, Lula. I hope all of you have a wonderful next few hours before I come back. Don't go too far. I will be back. But if you are heading off to bed or, just carrying on with your day, enjoy. And I will chat with you all soon, okay? Love to all of you. Thank you so much, chat. Free Palestine. Kakite. And I'll catch you all soon. Take care, everybody. Raiding in 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the raid, fam. Enjoy the raid. And take care, YouTube and Facebook. I'll catch you all soon. Kakite, everybody.